Open your minds.
Hours of power, hours of power, hours of power, hours of power.
And so a community is where you control your police, you control your commerce, you control your education, you control your house. We don't control none of that. We live in a hood. Huh? Well, what about the Negroes that get out? Oh, well, see, my cousin, they say he's a multi-millionaire, almost at $1 billion.
The Popular Thought Series.
3 PhDs, working on 2 more. Driving down the street in Chicago in his Rolls Royce, enjoying himself, and he hears these sirens and looks through the mirror and sees this cop car flashing lights. He squeezed the steering wheel, man. Heart beats fast. Because he knows the plight of a Negro, what it could be. And then when that cop car passed him by, he said, thank God he wasn't after you in the first place, punk. That Negro thing you can't get away from. It's universal. They wasn't coming after you. With all your millions, with your Rolls Royce, with your PhD, didn't help. That's the hood. Huh? Why do you think you never pick up a paper until you read over and over and see white families? You think it's thousands of black cops in America. Why don't you see white families crying as black cops shot my loved one 42 times in the back of the head? Why do you think black cops are more? You think they're more spiritual? Think they're better? No! They got enough sense to know that white folks ain't gonna tolerate it. And I will stop in our neighborhood when we decide we will not tolerate it. Now, if we was organized, which is hard to organize people who are just gonna run crazy and you don't know you're crazy. But if we were, with the money we have, and the many people who would come to our aid that don't know what it's like to be a Negro, and we said, if we said, look, we saying, if we don't get a federal law to deal with police brutality, that anytime a cop or anybody carry a gun, have to have a license, just like you used to drive a car. And if you use it wrong, then you'll lose your license. And if it's upheld, you can never work again as a cop or a store guard or a private detective. How do you get Congress to push that through? Well, you take your economic power and you call on your friends, black, white, young and old, and say, this coming Christmas, if we don't have a federal law to outlaw police brutality by law, then we call them for a nationwide boycott of Christmas and it'll start on Thanksgiving. Well, let me tell you what that means. 79% of all retail in America happens between Thanksgiving and Christmas. People stay in business all year, lose money just for Christmas, huh? Well, what happens now? Factory Avenue, Toys R Us, Sears and Roebuck, Weston House. They will get the bill, and all they got to do is make one phone call and say, Harry, that's the senator, I want that bill pushed through in 3 days. Okay, it's an economic thing. It's that simple. But we have the power, but the system has wiped us out so bad.
Hours of power, hours of power, hours of power.
Van Taylor, Lincoln 6. Go ahead. Clear a suspect, yeah, 10-4. That's 10-4. The officer's code 4. We have one suspect that's been shot.
Open your minds. Peace, folks, and welcome back to another edition of the Popular Thought Series right here on the old TPOT YouTube page. I'm your host, X, of course, but you knew that already. That's why your black asses are here. Tonight, one of my favorite people on media is here. Brother NAGONE is in the house. But before we get started, y'all know we always start off with thanking you good folks that hang out in there and you good folks that hang out in here. Because we realize that you don't have to watch these damn streams. You don't have to subscribe to this channel. You don't have to like these videos. You don't have to show up to these damn debates. And you definitely don't have to drop your hard earned pennies, nickels, dimes, quarters, and 50-cent pieces. But you good folks, you choose to do so. And for that, I'm grateful. I'm thankful. I'm honored. I'm humbled. I'm appreciative of all the stuff that you do. Y'all know I don't say it to kiss your butts, because by now, you must know X by now. I don't kiss butts. I say it because I really mean it. I don't take you good folks lightly. I never have, and I never will. All right? And I want you to know that I'm thankful, man. And I thank you. All right? All right. So let's get at it. Like I said, y'all know this is the Reckoning series. And tonight, my man is in the house. The one and only Brother Nagone. What's good with it, Nagone?
Yo, man, what's going on? What's going on? What's going on? Xavier, brother X. What's
What's
up,
good?
man?
Well,
Going down.
you and I, you and I spoke on the phone earlier because motherfuckers don't know that people actually talk on the phone. Shit.
Yep.
So you got the floor, my brother. Go ahead and whatever you want to light the floor up with, feel free.
Well, I was just kind of we were looking at me, some of my friends, other people, some of the people I work with as well, and others. We were kind of looking at the even some of my when I say friends, I have I have my fraternity chapter. These guys are all over this. A lot of cats were involved down in Atlanta, GA, with the whole Warnock thing and all of that, helping them get elected and the whole deal. So all the elections and stuff have passed. And now, I see, people are not really talking a lot about kind of a lot of the aftermath, a lot of what has happened after. And then here we are, we're talking about um, your voting rights being actually assailed. They're trying to take your rights of voting or free voting the way that that we should, or what's said that we should have here in this country, and or talking about a democratic republic that we're in. And here we see, our voting rights are being impinged upon, and they're not going for everyone else, but they're not trying to go for everyone else, but except they're really looking to cut back our ability to exercise our franchise more so in the black community than anywhere else. And I know there are a lot of people who say voting is not important. No, I don't vote. I don't get involved. I don't get involved. Then why would these states and these state houses be so hungry to cut back our ability to exercise our franchise? Because they don't want to see us begin to gain a certain level of political power that can help you involve, certainly, of course, on the social side, the economic side as well. This is something that these people don't want you to have, and I'm talking about a lot of people on the right. And I know people can have different political leanings. You have those who have political leanings to the right, some more towards the center, some more towards the left, and anybody in a free country, in a free nation, you should have the right to express yourself politically any which way you really like. So as far as any one political party leaning, my view is it's open to everyone, and anyone can believe in what they want. But when I see that our community is being targeted, targeted, and I mean straight out targeted for political almost destruction because of the success at the polls, or there could be those who could question whether or not it's successful and you're going with the Dems or you're going with this or going with that. Fair enough. But at the end of the day, still, if you are a Republican or if you are a Democrat or if you are independent or whatever, these people are looking to adversely affect your community from being able to exercise those rights. And I can't see how anyone who is on the left or somebody who's in the center or somebody who's on the right could sit back here and be silent about this and say that this is not significant, especially during the times that we're dealing with now with COVID and all these, we've had this big pandemic. We've had a lot of issues happen where the communities have been hit hard economically and so forth. Um, how you vote, how who you want to put into office, and how you want to have some of these issues addressed. Some of them, and not all of them, because politicians are not going to address every issue. So we got to be real about that, of which I'm very realistic about. But yet, some very key issues they don't want you to chime in hardly in on that at all. If you've chimed in enough. So they don't want to see you continue to gain political power. And how could any conservative or any liberal or any centrist or anyone from whatever cloth you say you're cut from accept this? Accept this. From a conservative perspective, you had conservatives talk about the freedom of the individual and how one has a right to pursue their their own dreams, happiness, or however they want to do it without much influence or hindrance from government or from any other entity for that matter. They should have the freedom to do as they choose. Now here you're looking at people getting stopped, and some are considering this illegally, and I hear a lot of silence. Now I do see people talking a lot about relationships and women and a lot of other things, and that's certainly fine because that's a big part of life and existence. But all of this intersects at some key levels, and for us not to sit back and address any of this or just ignore it now and ignore it out, and it's not a factor, especially from many of those who spoke very harshly about the left and about some aspects of the center. Being silent on this or not having a lot to say, I find that very, very, very disturbing. And plus, I find what's going on politically in the black community, especially for those who are trying not to be engaged, are is disturbing. Is disturbing as well. So I'm looking at these issues that are going to adversely affect us further down the line, and I don't see a lot of people speaking out or saying much about this. And this space has been pretty quiet about that, and I've found that I find that rather interesting that in this sector things are very quiet with respect to that. And I have some issues with that. I definitely have some issues with that.
Do you think, brother Nagone, that the reason why more people aren't discussing it is because we're quote unquote out of the political season, so to speak? I mean, it's April now. I guess we're making a turn in this whole COVID thing. um the election's over. So do you think that that's the reason why people are like somewhat silent on it, because it's kind of the political season is behind us, so people aren't really thinking about quote unquote political things?
Well, that certainly is going to play somewhat of a role. But when you look on the news on a regular, consistent basis, and you see people, and you see um, you see these states passing or trying to pass all kind of laws. I'm looking at the numbers here. You're looking at what 361 laws are looking to be passed over 47 states here in the country to restrict your ability to vote, and yet you have elections coming up. Very shortly. We have elections coming up here in June for our locals, and then the state elections and so forth start to come up in 2022. That's just around the corner, and we're looking at these people trying to literally seal you off before that time. So being out of the political season, this is the time when people really need to have their kind of eyes open and see what's truly going on, because this is where they're actually trying to steal it from you. They talked about stop the steal with respect to your man, the man Trump and all that craziness, which it was nothing there to prove that whatsoever. But yet here these guys are right now truly in the state houses trying to steal your franchise right now, right underneath your nose. So when you come up the next time around and folks want to say, well, we want to put XYZ here or we want to do XYZ here politically, from an electoral perspective, you're not going to have the opportunity to really vote the way you want because you have others saying that they don't want to see you involved, and these parties that are doing this are not people that are trying to expand their base or broaden it. They and diversify. They're not even talking about that. They're saying forget about broadening the base, forget about expanding it. We're gonna rig this system in such a way that you're not going to be able to really participate and do what you want because we're gonna steal this thing from you, and that people are going to sleep to some level, or people aren't talking about it. I think it's pretty key because I've heard a lot, people were throwing a lot of fire out there against the left or people that they consider to be leftists or considered to be liberals or considered to be whatever, however they wanted to paint you. And now all of a sudden people are quiet. They don't want to talk about what's going on. And yet you see people more on that right side of the fence really out here trying to knock you out of the box. And people, and most of us are worried about now. We're talking about chasing tail or doing whatever. And, your dating options. So all that's well and fine. But I see a lot of folks still try to keep money in their pockets, put food on the table, do some of the basics, and that's also and a lot of that is being helped through politics to a large extent. I know people who have lost businesses, and I'm sure you know some people too.
I know
X
quite a few.
who are business people, local, and local business people around who I know quite a few own restaurants and other businesses where things have closed down. They've got stimulus money just to kind of try to keep their businesses open as much as they can, or trying to at least stay above water because so many people have gone under. So this is not just about unemployment or whatever, but now it's people trying to keep their businesses going. And here we are in the black community getting hit the hardest by this, or getting hit of the hardest. Certainly, we certainly know that. And I don't see a lot of people talking about that either, where we're losing wealth, but we're losing economic position. There's a lot of issues going on with that, and our politics is kind of tied into it because we've had, people now who are getting into, who've gotten into the presidency or getting into the federal governments who are trying to give some aid and support to that. And it's just not, handouts for those who are laying up. It's a large part of our business community has gotten decimated. So I think the issues here with respect to politics and economics and how we're trying to support is very well tied in. It's all well tied in. It's not happening in a vacuum where one thing is happening and something else isn't happening. No, it's pretty well tied together. So that's why I say we should be thinking about some of this and thinking a little bit more forward, in this regard, because if we're not able to do that, then the next crew who gets in here and will shut you down, they're gonna shut you down all the way. They're looking to shut you out, shut you down, close you out and finish you off regardless. And I don't know if that's a position that a lot of us are going to want to be in.
Is it because I know when I asked you earlier about, the political season being over, and that probably has a lot to do with people's lack of concern for, what's going on right now. But it often seems that we as black folks, a lot of us, we don't even pay attention to elections or voting or anything, but every 4 years. We act like an election only comes around once every 4 years in November. There's a lot of other elections going on. There's midterms, there's special elections. Usually your mayor, your governor, a lot of them are running, county clerk, town supervisor, district attorney, sheriff, all those people are kind of running. Now, some of them have a tendency to run during the presidential election process, but a lot of times those elections come in between that. Like your governor, your mayor, your district attorney, your sheriff, all these kind of people
Yeah.
are usually elected within those times. So I don't think it's wise for us to only focus on political things every 4 years. When we start to, we got these strong views about who should be president and all this kind of stuff, which to me is crazy because the shit the president does has like very little effect on the rank and file person. But guess what? The shit that mayor does affects you tomorrow. The shit your town supervisor does affects you tomorrow. Your governor affects you tomorrow. So it would seem that people would be more in tune with politics when it comes to the local. So I know me, okay, let me just do a little anecdotal stuff here. I know me, I'm very concerned with what the governor's doing, what the mayor's doing, what the town clerk is doing, what the county commission is doing. Because see, that's where all my licensures come from. That's who dictates what I can do, what materials I can use, where I can set up shop. Those people are important. When that COVID shit hit, and I've said this a million times, when they was walking around shutting down businesses in this city that I lived in, Donald Trump name was not on those papers. It was the mayor. It was the governor. Donald Trump's name was on none of those papers that they were sticking on people's doors of their businesses saying, you cannot open this. So, but back to what you were saying, if people aren't concerned with what's going on far as voting goes, because make no mistake, if your voting rights have been trimmed down a little bit, it's not just going to affect you when you go to vote for the next president. It's going to affect you when you go to vote for the next mayor, the next governor, the next senator, the next county commissioner, town supervisor, town clerk, judges, and all these people. One thing about voting, when they do certain things and change the way you can go about voting, take away early voting, say you got to have two pieces of ID and all this kind of stuff. It doesn't just affect you in the presidential election, it affects you in all elections, right?
No, that's exactly
In that
correct. And
particular
I see some
state.
people in the chat. Yeah, yeah. There's no question about it. I see some people in the chat. Hey, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about. He doesn't know what laws we're talking about. What these? You guys don't know what laws that we're talking about. Let's talk about the laws that these guys are trying to pass to try to knock you out of the box. These guys are trying to set up voter ID laws to set up so that it makes it a lot more difficult for those who might not have, a driver's license, or somebody that may not have, a state ID. Somebody may have a different type of ID, or somebody who may be a student and might and are saying, well, this person doesn't have a driver's license, this person doesn't have a passport, this person doesn't have this type of ID. So now they can't come up and now they can't vote. All right. Your absentee voting, you have to send in an ID with that. So, so now you have to send in an ID for absentee voting. Now, mind you, these are laws and stuff that Republicans bought in and ratified themselves and said, "Hey, this is what we want." Now, since they've seen that this has worked against them, because especially in Georgia, and especially in Georgia, let's just take Georgia for instance, Stacey Abrams and and all of the myriad organizations that worked underneath, the whole Fair Fight organization, and many were involved. So it just wasn't just Fair Fight as one big organization. No, it's made up of many groups, um, smaller groups that get out there and help you to get out the vote. They that that sh- those laws are moved to strike at that, to keep these people from actually having literally a fair fight. Okay, so they're passing laws so you cannot, vote sold to the polls on Sundays. Sunday voting, early vote, can't do that. Early voting cut back. Okay, cutting back voting hours for how long you can vote. So cutting the times down to 6, 7 o'clock, times like this. So when you come out of work, you barely have a chance to get to the polls when you're coming home. They're trying to do all of these things to restrict your ability to maximize your amount of people that you can actually have come to the polls. All right, they're telling you now that you cannot have water or food or anything being served on the line to people. You just passing water out to anybody who could be a Republican, Democrat, Independent, whoever is online to vote. You can't pass water out to them, or anything like that within 150 feet, because that would be considered electioneering. There are many
Mm.
other laws. Texas is just passing some of the same types of restrictive voting laws out here to keep you from actually coming out to the polls in large numbers. These are the type of laws we're talking about, and people are not really looking at that, saying, "Well, this is insignificant. Doesn't mean anything. Who cares? Whatever the hell." Yeah, whatever the hell. Next thing you're you're out of power. You're out of office. You have no say as to what's going on in your communities. They can do whatever they want, and that can come straight down to um, not only how monies are dispersed, but how police and others can come into your community and do whatever they feel. Laws that can sit here and literally have you almost like refugees, almost in your own city. I mean, this is
Mm.
this is what these state houses and so forth can do in your states, in your cities, and various municipalities. They have a lot of power. They have a lot of power, and so much of this is dependent upon your vote. You being able to come out here and fight against a lot of this. These are the voter suppression laws that these guys are putting out there. When they gutted, the Voting Rights Act of '65, where they now said, well, everything is fair. We're going to take everything and leave it on the states, and there's no discrimination or anything else like that going on. We're good, so we can gut this. The Supreme Court said that. Then they came in here and gutted that, put it on the states, and look what they're doing. The states now can discriminate against you, can discriminate against certain people, can discriminate against you in your community. Can sit there, and can literally put together various types of what we keep talking about, laws that can literally target your black community more than other communities where black people have more difficulty potentially getting certain kinds of IDs. Okay, where it's more difficult for people to have to travel to go to the polls, since they're going to try to reduce the amount of polling places that you could actually go to. Okay, and reduce the amount or knock out the amount of drop boxes that you're able to put your absentee ballots in, or your mail-in ballots in. Okay, they don't want you to be able to do that. So now they're going to make it more difficult for you to get around, especially the more elderly people that you might have in your community. those that can't get out as easily. All right, and they can't stand on lines for for a half a day, without being able to either go to a bathroom and get water or something else like that. They're okay, or you can't certainly go out on a Sunday when you have souls to the polls, as they call it, church day, Sunday, to come out for early voting. They want to shut that down, so you can't do that. These are all the types of various types of laws that they're putting out there to see to it that you don't participate, that you or your participation is curtailed, so you can't have very large numbers, of very large throngs of people coming out, overturning what they might want to put forth that you said, no, we're not going to let this go forth, and we'll vote this out because this could be discriminatory against us. They don't want you to have that ability to stop that. Okay, they want to be able to do this, do what they want, and have you have less power and less say as to how this is going to happen. So that's what it is, and they're not looking to expand the base, as I said. They're looking to cheat, gerrymander your areas, draw districts such that they do not represent a full group of a full representation of the people. They want certain political groups to draw districts in such a way where these politicians, they choose who their voters are, not the voters choose who their um, elected officials will be. They want these so-called elected officials.
Oh shit. We just lost brother Nagone. I don't know why. I don't know how, but he just dropped off. But oh, there he is. He just fell out of here, man. I didn't know what
I'm
was
sorry.
happening. Goddamn. I said,
I
I'm saying to myself, he must have got a phone
yeah,
call.
dropped off. I know that. I'm sorry, but they want people to they want to have the ability for their people to pick their voters, not the voters pick them.
Mm.
And that's is that the democratic process? I don't see that going on here. And then there are those who say that they're down with this conservative movement and all that, but look at what these so-called conservatives are doing. All right, and nobody's questioning any of this. There's no one's questioning any of this in this space who were very adamant about being conservatives. Fair, that's fair enough. You want to be a conservative, great, no problem. All right. Why are you silent about what's going on here right now? Why are you guys quiet about this? Why is there no conversation about this? Why are you not speaking on this or holding some of these people accountable to what they're doing? You down with this? Is that it? What's up? So I find this rather strange, rather funny in this post electoral season where the worst is happening right now and folks are silent.
Mm. Well, I got this here map up, and this is a map of states where restrictive voting bills are being considered in the state legislators. And it seems like it's pretty much every damn state where, they have, well, Georgia, they're not even considering it. I mean, they've already voted and put these things into place. The rest of the states that you see up here are states that are considering legislation to change the vote. Well, change how you vote, put more restrictions on how you vote, when you can vote, as Brother Nagone said, also making it so it's less drop boxes. They're taking away things like early voting. They're taking away some of the souls to the polls are being removed as well. So, I mean, regardless of what party you're part of, I mean, this is going to affect everybody. It's not like it's just going to affect, one group of people. It's going to affect one group of people more than the other, of course, because when you're talking about things like souls to the polls, when you're talking about early voting, when you're talking about whether or not people have certain IDs and things of that nature, we often think about black folk, because who are the people who are less likely to have all this kind of ID? Black folks. Black folks have a tendency to do the early voting. That's something that we have a tendency to do. I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I think they are significant. So when these things start getting taken away and they start removing drop boxes and things like that, it's going to affect black people. Of course, it's going to affect some white folks too, but I think it's mostly going to affect black people for the most part. Um, yeah, the after 5 p.m. voting and stuff like that, like Brother Mike B is saying. So it's something to think about. My suggestion, all right, what I would say if someone was asking about this, if they were asking me about this, I would say, look, because all these things are going into effect, you're going to have to somewhat adjust to it. Um, there's not a lot you're going to be able to do about it. If they pass this legislation goes into law. That's it. This is what it's going to be. All the marching and screaming and jumping up and down on City Hall isn't going to change it once it's written into law. Therefore, what you're going to have to do now is adjust to said law. That's what you're going to have to do. I mean, there's nothing else you're going to be able to do once these things go into law. And as y'all can see, there are many states, practically every state in this country has some type of law. Now, mind you, some states may only have one law, two laws, but you have some states, man, that are considering, like places like Georgia, man, they're considering, look at that, what is that, 22 different legislative acts they're considering. Places like Texas, they have 14 acts they're considering. I mean, and the list goes on and on and on. You see all these bigger areas here. I don't know if y'all can see where my mouse is going here, because I damn sure can't. But you look, some of these states have clusters of legislation that they are considering. Now, my suggestion again is to know what these rules are, what these legislative acts are, and make sure you are in line with them so your black ass can vote. Because we see a lot of hoopla, we see a lot of bravado, we see a lot of marching and people on news programs and people jumping up and down on City Hall, but that's not the thing that changes this stuff. Legislation changes these things. And if you're not going to try to do something about the legislation, which is where it's coming from, it's coming through these state houses, you best better do something that's going to keep you in line with whatever the hell it is going on if your black ass plan on voting. Now, me, I'm a big proponent of voting. I know a lot of people say, "Oh, XR, I don't vote. It's not worth it." Maybe it's not worth it to you, but I feel like if you don't vote, your ass can't complain because, see, you didn't do anything to change the process. All right, you can't be a
Well,
person that doesn't vote, but you complain about politics. To me, that doesn't make any sense to me.
you see a lot of people here who don't vote, but they'll sit here and they'll say that this is that. So we see that. I know how that works. But what I find quite interesting is the so-called conservatives, these black conservatives and so forth. How are you guys sitting back here quiet about this? You like what's going on here? See, that's my whole question. If you're a true conservative, this would not be acceptable to you. Okay, you wouldn't have government and so forth coming in stopping what you could do or saying that you can't do certain types of things because government said that you can't vote and do things when you want to. No. The government can't come in and say no, you can't do that. We're going to tell you when you can vote. We're going to tell you what hours. Oh, really? We voted on this and X Y Z. This is how we feel about this. What are you saying? You're gonna now restrict certain groups and keep others going? How is this? That's not in the proper vein of conservatism. That's not in the proper vein of conservatism. Conservatism is conserving your rights, conserving your abilities to do as you see fit. Where are the conservatives here? Okay, for
Mhm.
black people, I guess it's okay for you to be sequestered, isolated, sequestered, and shut down. But it's but everybody else, doesn't get messed with it. That's all right. But that's okay to happen with us because you may have some differing views about how maybe some of black people see some of your own people see some things differently than you. Possibly, it's okay to shut us down. Where are you guys on this? Silence. I hear nothing except silence or craziness. That come from these people. And yet they're way out there. They're way out there on the right, and not holding them to account. But we yet want to get on the left and say certain things about the left, but don't want to hold the right accountable to what's going on. Don't want to hold the right accountable at all, whatsoever. In a free system, equal protection underneath the law, and so forth. These guys do not believe in this. How do you accept this? See, these are the questions that I have that I look at, and we can get into real specifics, but in the overall generalities, just looking at this overall picture, how is this justified underneath the conservative mantra or under the conservative banner, especially for a black conservative? How is this acceptable? I find this kind of hard to believe, but yet these people are silent. They'll come here and say a lot of Thomish, Uncle Thomish type things, and then question your powerlessness, and then question why you're not able to do this, not able to do that. They'll question all of that, but yet when it comes time here to talk about what's holding you back in some respects, or why we fight against certain of these issues, these people are not out there fighting. They're not saying a word. They're sitting back here letting this go on and castigating you for even saying something about it. Madness. This is the state of black politics that we have here in this country, and it's crazy. It's absolute insanity. As a black conservative, if I was extreme black conservative, this would be absolutely unacceptable. Absolutely unacceptable. Absolutely
Well,
unacceptable. We can debate the issues. We can talk about what we think is right and best for for the community with respect to that. That's a fair enough argument. That's fair enough. But sit back here and let this go down. And these guys have nothing to say. Laughable. It's just laughable.
well,
They can't be taken seriously. Go ahead.
well. Let me play devil's advocate for a moment. Do you think that possibly the people who the people who you would think would say, okay, this is big government coming in, doing shit. We don't like this. Could it be that the reason why they don't really voice any objection to this because it doesn't affect them. It doesn't affect their group. It doesn't affect their collective, because we as black folks, we like that. The shit that don't affect us is just that. The shit that don't affect us. So could it be that the people that you say, the quote unquote conservative brothers, whatever you want to refer to them as, maybe they think that this shit don't affect them, so fuck it, because they say, hey, I got ID, I vote on election day, and all that kind of shit. So could that be the reason why they say, hey, we don't want nothing to do with this shit because it doesn't affect us?
Of course it affects you. It affects you every day because you don't feel that it affects you individually. Well, that's different. I hate to tell you, they're not just dealing with us individually. They deal with us as a group, like all others. That's why people use their group power, their group politics to move their ethnicity or their groups forward. That's how it's done here in this country. We're no different. We're no different. And if you think that let's say they had moves made against, let's say, just strictly against Asians, of which they have tried there over in Georgia and these areas, and Asian people are like, oh, hold on a second, we're not down for these voter suppression laws, that are going on. So they've they've linked up in coalitions with blacks and others to fight against quite a bit of this. People talk about the victimhood mentality. See, these are the people who sit back and embrace powerlessness because they say victimhood. Well, hold on one second. I don't. We're not talking about so much being victimized, but we certainly see certain kinds of um, laws and so forth being passed in communities that have large black populations, and they don't seem to be trying to do that in other areas where they have large white populations. They're not trying to do that there, but with their large black populations, they're targeting you not to be able to vote as prolifically as these others are. Okay, they're
Mm.
not shutting down the amount of uh, the amount of polling stations that you can vote at. They're not sitting here and shutting down the amount of places you can do your your drop drop your ballots in. I'm going to sit here. I have all the IDs that I need. I have all the IDs. I have them. You know, I don't have a problem with getting an ID, passport, driver's license. I have all that stuff. Okay, okay. Because I have it, does that mean that if somebody else doesn't have it, there's something wrong with them? Or does that also mean that that they're not able to potentially get to those kind of IDs as easily as I might be able to get to? So if that is the case, they're not able to do it, then just screw them. Is that what the deal is? Just to make it harder for them to try to vote? Make it harder for younger people to try to vote as well? People talk about these are talking points. These are not talking points. This is exactly what these people are enacting in in law. Under the law. These are not points that we're talking like talking points memo here. These people are enacting this in laws. Okay,
Yeah.
at this stage of the game, of course, it doesn't affect you directly, or you might see it, or it may not affect me directly. From that standpoint of well, I have all my IDs, I have everything. Cops are not harassing me at this stage or anything else. We can go on all this different kind of stuff, but what does that mean for us in the overall? Okay, the broad base. All right, there are 45 million of us. All right, our voting public is well over 10 million, 15 million people who come out and vote. I mean, very large numbers of people that we have, and they're trying to stop you from having that franchise. They were very upset about what happened with Trump being voted out. Very upset about what happened in Georgia. Two senators now who are one Jewish and the other one black. Voted in by a by a plurality that a lot of people didn't like seeing. And they want to stop that. And people say that this is a victimhood piece now. You
Mm.
okay? This is a hood mentality because these people now writing laws to stop you from trying to exercise this again, and you're saying this is a victimhood mentality. What madness are these people talking about? What are they saying? Laws are being written, and you're sitting here saying a victimhood mentality. It's This is the madness that you hear coming from these guys who do nothing, move to do nothing, but yet they'll sit here and say that you're calling yourself a victim. But yet the other communities, the larger majority communities are not having these issues. But yet they want to put these issues here, and they want to sit here and say a victimhood mentality. It's unbelievable that people actually are thinking like this. It's unbelievable. I don't know any other group who thinks this way.
Well, nothing divides black folks like politics, religion, uh, and hoes. Politics, religion, and hoes are three things that's definitely going to divide black folks. But let me ask you this, man. And it's coming, right? Another political seat, because I think we got. I'm trying to think if we got special election this year in this damn city that I'm in. Trying to remember, uh, searching the crevices of my mind. But at any rate, there's more elections coming down the pipe, right? And I believe that whatever laws these people have in the state house, and they're going to bring them, they're going to bring them to fruition at some point. So there's nothing, all right? There's nothing that, because once it's a law, right? So the only thing you can change, the only thing you can do once it's a law is try to get the law repealed, reversed, changed, or amended, right? At that point. So if you're not going to do any of those things, if you're not going to do any of those things, the only thing you can do is kind of conform to whatever the law is, right? You got to get out there and get that ID. You got to vote on the days that it's available. I mean, you won't be able to use the drop box and all that kind of stuff. I mean, that's kind of where you are, once it's into law, right? That's where you are.
Mm-hmm. That's
Yeah.
you are. I mean, some of this could be changed. It depends on how, if we can, if you can deal with this filibuster piece in the Senate and the Congress, and be able to to really um peel that back a bit, and then be able to pass your your voting rights act federally, that can potentially help to turn some of this around. You had a voting rights act in '65. That was extremely dynamic, but these guys have whittled that back, thanks to the Supreme Court and to the so-called, like I say, Republican conservatives. Um, but yeah, if that's not able to be done, then yeah, this will be law. And just like I said, it also, you won't be able to give people water, literally, who online, who on these long lines,
Mm.
waiting to vote. In where I live, I don't have to wait on any long lines. I don't have to wait on any long lines. I mean, there are a lot of people who live in certain areas that they don't have to. You don't have to do this. You go in large sections of the majority community. There are no long lines there that you have to wait in line and sit there, and lesser voting, lesser voting, um, uh, polling stations there in their communities. They've reduced those in yours.
Mm.
They have a whole reason behind it. They want you wait, because why they want you waiting on these 10-hour lines and 20-hour lines? Well, not 20-hour lines, but these long lines, 8, 9 hour lines. What do you want to be? Why they want to have you stacked up like that? So it discourages
Yeah.
you from voting, discourages you from getting on there. But if these all become law, and we're not able to turn things around in the in the legislative branch of our government, and deal with this filibuster, we're not able to do that. Yeah, this will be law. This will be law, and then you're gonna have to go around and start doing some things differently, to make your way around it. And I've already heard some of the brothers and some of these people down in Georgia saying, well, if it's 150 feet that we can't, give people water and stuff to, then we'll be there at 151 feet. And then
Mm.
we'll have people, who can come back and hold a place in line and come walk back 150 feet if they have to get and walk back up and do whatever. So they have ways of trying to get around some of this, but this is what's going on. And people are sitting here saying, hey, this is bullshit, victimhood mentality, waiting for handouts. It's madness. It's craziness. Yet this is what they have. This is how they're boxing in your community, and these people sit here and laugh at. You even see some of these people here in the chat, and I sit here and say, "Wow, this is
Do you do you think
this is
that this stuff will, do you think it'll stop people who are really determined to vote, though? I mean, because no matter how many goddamn laws they put in place, goddamn it, in North Carolina, you motherfuckers ain't stopping me. You motherfuckers are not stopping me from voting, goddamn it. So, I mean, if people who are really determined to vote, I mean, they're going to vote anyway, right? They're going to do, whatever they have to do, even if it's, I don't know, take a day off of work, take the afternoon off of work, whatever the hell they got to do, if they really want to vote. Don't you think that this stuff only impacts people who may not be that enthused to be voting in the first place. Like, because if you really want to vote, you're gonna do what you got to do to get
Yeah,
up
yeah,
in there,
yeah.
right?
I, I would say for those who are really, really, really hard, your hardcore voters, people who are going to get out here and vote, yeah. But what you also want is, you want young people, you want those, who maybe just gotten registered and so forth, to be able to come out and at least be able to exercise their franchise easily, without a whole lot of rigmarole and a lot of stuff knocking them back to where it's like, oh man, I'm not going out here anymore, man. This is too hard to get this thing done. You know, you can easily discourage certain kinds of people, from not coming out. Think about, this last election. I mean, we had more people come out in this election than at any other time in history, except in the year 1900. So
Mm,
over 100, almost 120 years, we hadn't seen this type of turnout. Okay, and a lot of people were first time voters. A lot of people just came out for the first time. Some people not going to come out again, but you did have
yeah.
a lot of people who did, come out and never voted before, or new voters and so forth. So you want to consistently keep that going, because that's a part of your citizenship. That's a part of your franchises as an American. You know,
Yeah.
and those who want to say, "Well, we're all Americans." Well, hold on a second. You know what I'm saying? You know, you know.
Because
Them
I
folks
tell
have a
you motherfuckers right now, you motherfuckers ain't stopping me from voting. I don't give a fuck what laws you goddamn. I don't care what you do. You're not fucking stopping me. Go ahead, brother
no, no,
Vidal.
no, no. I, I, I see brother SKC. He kind of asked the question. Do you believe in modern day voting rights are just as bad as Jim Crow, or is the use of Jim Crow a 2.0 bit of an overstatement? A bit of an overstatement. No, I don't believe it's a bit of an overstatement, because I believe that it is. It's it's a bit more sophisticated in how these people are targeting you. Where Jim Crow was just like, said straight out, niggas, you're not voting. We got poll taxes and everything else like that out here for you, and poll tests and everything else like that to knock you out of the box, so we can discriminate right at the polling booth. But they're doing the same types of discrimination that the Voting Rights Act was literally put in place to protect you from, that was taken out, so they can get back to some of those Jim Crow types of practices, to literally target and discriminate against a certain community. And what I mean by targeting, so we can get very, very, very specific here. In the black community, okay, where mostly blacks are, a very large number of blacks in the community will have lesser, will have lesser polling places to vote. They will have
Mm,
less places to drop off their ballots. All right. As a community on the whole, the IDs and some of these other factors that could be somewhat of an issue for many of us tend to hit us harder than other communities, because our community tends to be, face it, less wealthy. So we have some
mm,
of those issues. Those are issues that they know that we have statistically. They know that. All right. We can get deeper into that, how we simplify this. We could easily simplify this, but they don't want this simplified. Okay. Not everybody has a driver's license. Okay. Or a current state ID that they have all the time to go to, especially if they're not driving. All right. Not everyone has a passport. Okay. People may have IDs, school IDs, and so forth are unacceptable. So either if you don't have a driver's license, you have to get a state ID. You have to get these things. Not so many of us have those. Okay, so you have to maybe get your birth certificates and these kind of things in order to get all this right. This takes work, footwork, a lot of running around, a lot of stuff to do. That keeps people out of the process. They understand that. They understand that. They understand. I have my social security card. I have my birth certificates. I have my passports. I have all these things. All right. Many of us do, but many of us in our community, in the overall, don't. Okay, or don't
yeah.
have it as efficiently as we should, or as we would like to have them, if you will. So, and there are reasons for that. Many of our elderly don't have some of the proper IDs, if you will, the way they work. They don't drive and they don't move around like that as easily. So these are things that are designed specifically to kind of hit you harder. That they know is going to hit others, but they know it's going to hit you harder. So you know, these
Yeah,
are the issues that adversely affect us. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm looking at this comment from Jeanette Jameson, Lady Jeanette Jameson, and she says that your vote don't count. Stop looking to the government. Now, I'll say this. Um, maybe it's not one man, one vote when you're talking about the electoral college, because you can win the popular vote and still lose by way of the electoral college. So I'll give you that, Lady Jeanette. But my focus is mostly local politics, governor, mayor, a county commissioner, people of that nature. When it comes to that, it's one man, one vote. All right. It's one man, one vote. So, I mean, you kind of got a point when you're talking about the electoral college, but when it comes to like local government, I mean, your vote does count because they do it by the numbers. There is no electoral college. I know here in North Carolina, um, I think the margin is a 500 or something, a 1% or something like that. It's got to be within that margin for them to do like a runoff or another special election. But anything, if you beat the next motherfucker by 501, you win. You know what I'm saying? You win. There is going to be no recount or no shit like that. So the one man, one vote. Um, I'm with that on the local level when it comes to governmental politics. When you're talking about the president, there's the electoral college. And I say again, you can win that popular vote and still lose by way of the electoral college, because so you do have a point there, Lady Jeanette. But go ahead, Brother Nagone. I just want to
And
throw,
I mean,
throw that
you know,
sidebar in there.
well, they're all saying facial recognition and all this will, makes this conversation null and void. What the hell is this person talking about? The Republicans are passing various laws on IDs so that they're not worried about facial recognition. I think one of the other brothers in the chat talked about how school IDs are no good, but yet a target, a hunting and fishing license, attached to guns, is a good enough ID as well. So others who have that, will be able to will certainly be able to vote as a legitimate ID, and I believe that's in the state of Texas. That might be in a couple other states as well. But
Mm.
yet, here we are, concerned, really concerned about getting our franchise to be maximized, and people were calling this the second this was the second Reconstruction, with this black vote. I can tell you right now, local politically here, I'm having a function at my house in May, just after Mother's Day, and I have two candidates that we are supporting, and raising a great deal of money for. So we're gonna have a fundraiser here at the Gone Crib, and we're gonna have quite a few people over here. Distance as well, making sure we have the proper this sufficient social distancing as well. But at the same time, two black candidates, one who's going for a county clerk position, and another one who's running for a councilmanic seat in the first ward, a ward that my family, my father, we cut back in 1985, because we did not have a black representative seat here. It was gerrymandered, and we were able to sue the city and then actually have a black district created. But anyway, what we were able to do, what we're doing is we were going to have a big fundraiser. But one of the things that I've gotten from a lot of the white people around in the area who calling me up and saying, "Carl, what's going on? Well, this could happen. This woman can get elected as county clerk. She can. The black vote is really this. The black. They're all worried about the black vote. White vote. They are worried. They're like, well, the black vote will do. The black can get this. The black vote can get this. So they are worried. They're worried about black candidates now coming up and starting to run countywide, statewide. So they're saying that the black vote is the big issue now. And my gosh, this thing comes out like this, like it happened, in 2020. It's over. We're getting ready to flip the lid. This is on the Democratic side as well as the Republican side. So everyone's worried about you coming out exercising your franchise. They're worried about that. They understand what that means. For white folks, they understand certainly that election day is payday for so many of them. Election day is payday. Election day is payday. It brings in a lot of contracts, a lot of money for a lot of people who are involved. A lot. And you start to get on the local level, you start seeing contracts like you were talking about, contracts that you can get with the city and so forth like that. Who's in that spot, who's in that office can play a key role in how certain kinds of things will move in that town. Elections are very important. They are
Yeah,
significant.
that's
You
that's very
Of course
true.
you vote.
I mean,
Of
because a lot of
of course you vote.
motherfuckers get shit. I know. I've been an independent contractor down here for 7 years, and trust me, sometimes it's not what you know. Sometimes it's who you know. Here. I mean, here. You fuck around and you'll get kicked to the curb. On a contract, a very lucrative one too. Just because you're not around hobnogging with the right politicians and such. I've been here, for quite a few years, so I can kind of circumnavigate my way through it. I know, a few politicians here. I'm familiar with quite a few of them, and one of them I know very well. I don't know if that exactly helps me as far as my licensures and my contracts go and things like that. I don't know if that really helps me. Um, I do get some things fast tracked because of who I am and who I know, but I don't know if I didn't. Because when I first got here, it was sort of the same thing. Once I got an understanding of how things work here and all that kind of shit, I follow the process and I bid on those contracts. I bid on them. That's why I'm very much in tune with the local, state, county, city, all that shit. And I'm very in tune with that shit because I bid on the motherfuckers, man. I bid on those state contracts. I bid on those county contracts. So, I'm very in tune. I keep a list of when they're going down, what they're looking for, when the bid open up. I'm there. God damn it. Um,
Yeah.
I I'm usually not into federal politics, and I guess this is just selfish of me. I'm not too focused on federal politics because see, I don't have any federal contracts. I wish I did, God damn it, because I could charge them $500 for a hammer, uh 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 $200 for a screwdriver. I wish I did have some of them federal contracts, but I don't. Most of my contracts that I have are state, city, county, shit like that. So, I have to keep abreast of it. And that's why I say what I say. Um, Maybe it's selfish of me to think that way, but I think local politics are very important. I think they're just as important as the goddamn a presidential race. I think local
Well,
politics are very important, man.
of course, because I have a good friend. He actually he is involved with he has a well, it's not so he has a business that's able to give CDL licenses out and so forth, and we've been very close to him for quite a few years. My man Al Serrano, and excellent guy, and he ran into some difficulty just through COVID and so forth. Politically, they moved his place now into to where he can test for people now more into the city, out of Westchester into the Bronx, which is more difficult for him. Some of the contracts that he was trying to get with the city, with the kind of old admin in there, they've been kind of blocking them. And now, we got some new people coming, looking to come in, and they're like, hey, listen, well, this is what's going on. We're going to have Al, we're gonna get you in there. If we get our county people in, and and our local city people in here. Your contracts that your bids and your contracts that you're looking to get done, they're not going to sit at the bottom of the pile. They're going to go to the top. And there's a good chance you're going to be contracting with the with the city and a few of these other townships to to not only teach but set up some different different schools and so forth that will get funding and so forth that will help to expand this program even more. And that's all he's looking to do, and that's big money for him. That's big money. He spends a lot of dough, on his programs, and and he's not getting a lot of return from what he's been getting involved with politically here in the city. But here's one guy who's involved in politics, local politics, in a big way because of 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 of, of contracts, getting city contracts, and there are many of us who are out here doing that. So that's just a big part of it. That's why getting involved in politics and having fundraisers and raising money and having people have we helped put two judges on in the last election cycle. One of them was an African woman, another was a brother who got put on the court that people didn't want to see him in there, but he made it. And and here we are, making certain kind of moves. So people are definitely concerned about you coming out, because when you start coming out, then some of your people start getting put in positions at a at a rate where you can start to help. If you're in that position, you can help your people start to do a little bit more business. Starts to the wheels get greased a little bit easier for you, and they can turn a little bit better for you. This is what they don't want. At the end of the day, this is what they don't want. They don't want you in there eating and getting a part of this contracting game and making the dollars that many of them are making. They don't want you at the table. They want to cut you out of that. That's at the bottom line. That's what a lot of this is about, especially on the more local levels, county, state levels. This is what this is about. You start getting state contracts with with CDL training and so forth. That's millions of dollars coming into your coffers. All right. Now you've got big staff to deal with. You guys making big money already, but how much more can you make by doing this? That's just one example. Forget about everything else that we're talking about. All the kind of contracting, from IT to literally to janitorial services. All right. All
Yeah.
that's done through bidding and politics. It's money. That's what's at the bottom line of a lot of this. That's why I say it's payday
Yeah.
for a lot of people. That's the real politics that we're talking about that most of these people don't understand, because it comes down to business. Now I'm in business. Other people who are involved in business understand this. That's why you get involved in this, because that's what this means. They don't want you there, because at the end of the day, that's when you win, they feel like they're losing, which is wrong. But this is how they feel, which is which is totally skewed. You're not supposed to participate in this. You're not supposed to become a part of the political and economic flow of your community, your state, even here in your country. They understand this. This is what a lot of this is about. And unfortunately, many of us don't see this that way. We see it some other crazed way, where I say ethnic politics supersedes your party labels. If you understand what your ethnic political game is, conservatives, left wing, right wing, you all kind of working together, because at the end of the day, everybody's trying to get a piece of the pie and move up the game. That's how they do it. All these other ethnicities do it, but we don't, and we have a very strange, skewed, crazed way of thinking, which is
Yeah.
which is which is insane. I mean, it's schizoid, it's schizophrenic, But at the end of the day, yes, I'm going to call it that. At the end of the day, the bottom line is a lot of this is money.
Yeah.
It's about business.
Well, politics, I mean, and I've told people this a million times. I mean, politics, man, are involved in everything. Politics dictate where your water comes from. Politics dictate who picks up your damn garbage. I mean, politics kind of dictate everything. It dictates the schooling. It dictates the codes, whether or not the damn roads get fixed, whether or not you can put a fence on your damn property, whether or not you can walk your dog in a certain place. I mean, politics have pretty much influenced every guy. I know they influence me, because I mean, certain materials I have to get permission to use. All right. Some shit I have to literally go and apply for the fucking permit to use XYZ materials at times. And that's all political. Now I could go ahead and use the shit and just hope I don't get caught. But you know, politics dictate that I need to apply for this permit to use this material at this place. So it affects all of us, man. I mean, the politics affects everything, man. Like I said, it affects everything from where your water come from, or and who picks up your damn garbage if your garbage gets picked up at all. So, I mean, for us to just kind of ignore them is somewhat absurd. I mean, I've never told people, forget politics. Politics don't matter. I mean, if politics don't matter to you, you probably don't have a lot going on in your life, I would imagine.
Po-
Because
Politics broke up your family.
yep.
Politics sat down and determined who of your gender was going to ultimately get more than another side. Politics dictated all of this. It dictated all of it. It dictated all of it. It played a key role in in the socialization of how your community was functioning and organized. Politics played a
Yeah.
big role in how your districts are cut and what kind of dollars come into your community as opposed to others.
Hmm.
Politics
Pol-
is that the base of everything. Politics determines how your schools will will develop or not. You know,
eh,
Po-
polit-
politics.
polit- Politics dictate whether them damn potholes in your damn neighborhood get fixed.
That's exactly correct. So you know this this is where we are with a lot of this, and we've I mean we were certainly on the Brain Trust. I mean we've gone over to MOT's channel and a few other places, Art New Styles and Fields. We've talked a lot about this. I don't get on panels with certain types of people who just get up to troll and talk a lot of craziness and sound insane. I don't have time to get involved in those kind of conversations. But if we're going to talk as black men and black people and talk about what's really going on with us and how we can consistently improve the conditions not only of ourselves individually, but improve the conditions of an overall type of community. These are the things that we have to talk about cogently, and we don't have to all agree. So I don't have a problem with
No.
disagreements. I do have problems with madness and absolute stupidity, but or craziness, or just trolling. Those who troll the left, say nothing about the right, just troll. You guys got to get it all done. We have to sit back here and do nothing. These guys are a waste of my time. I don't have any time for them. I don't respect them, and there's no reason to sit here and talk with them because they're just wasting your time. I want to have more productive types of conversations in this regard. And that's what it is. Me, I'm on the ground floor. Okay, I'm involved in the local political game, so I'm very passionate about this. So I understand it. Having a political position here in my town, getting involved deeply in the local political arena, from not only just calling but registering voters and so forth. This is a very important part of what we should be doing. Because at the end of the day, this is what's going to determine whether we survive properly here or not. It's not based on
Oh damn. Did I lose
South
the
America,
phone again?
but
I lost
uh,
I lost you there, man, for like 30 seconds. It just went straight silence.
oh, I'm sorry. I was just talking. Yeah, I had somebody trying to call me from South America, I'm just I just had to get rid of that call. But anyway, I'm sorry you didn't hear what I said. I was just more or less saying that local politics is very important for us to get involved in, as well as the larger political scene, because that's where everything really happens for us. Really, is at the local level, and that's how they screw you more so than anything else. There, more than anything else, That's how they screw you. That's how they gerrymander your towns and your cities. That's how they keep you from having a strong political base by seeing to it that you can't coalesce. And this is all done through this is done by design. This is not some victimhood mindset. This is what's going on with respect to how they're drawing these lines and seeing to it that they can help to or do the best they can to draw you out of power, and you have to be able to fight against that, and be able to have districts drawn that are going to be representative of you. And a lot of people grow up in black areas that don't have a lot of money, don't have a lot of money coming in, not not a strong industrial base for you guys to get involved with. And then next thing you know, the value of your house and so forth like that is low. We all know about the redlining and everything else like that, which is economic gerrymandering. So all of this is by design, and you being able to vote and being able to use your vote as a power base is definitely a weapon that you have to use against these practices. And we see it right now, and we see exactly what these people are doing right now. And then folks want to sit around here and call you a victimhood. It's it's unbelievable that we think this way. Unbelievable, unbelievable. Politically unsophisticated, saying that you're a victim. Wow, wow. But yet these guys are
So
passing laws to keep that to keep you from exercising your franchise, and that is the derelictions of one man, one vote. Anyway, go ahead.
so what happens now, brother Nagone? Like, because I'll say again, in places like Georgia, these laws are already on the books. So, what should these people be doing? Like, I mean, what should they be doing? Let's take Georgia, because I think Georgia is like the hot spot now, because if I look correctly, according to the numbers, they have more. They're considering more. Uh, they're restricting more laws as far as absentee voting and the
Yep.
like. They seem to have more laws floating in the state legislature than anyone else. So what what do people do now? How do they fix this? How do they continue to be able to exercise their right to vote even with all these laws on the books, because that's where they are now? What happens?
Well, the name of the game really you have to really do is you have to consistently organize, and you have to sit down and say, okay, well, this is because a lot of people have to now be aware of what they're facing. So a lot of people don't know actually what may be going on. I'm talking about people who are voting. Some people may not know exactly how all of this is going to affect them. So people are going to have to be, number one, made aware. So that means people on the ground, folks locally, are going to have to get in, just like, and I know some brothers down right in Georgia right now who are involved on the political scene, along with the Stacey Abrams organization, along with the fraternity organization, and some others who are sitting down now and saying, listen, we got to ultimately get out voter education and ultimately start educating people as to, if this does pass, what are we going to have to do in which to really get our vote successfully. And we're going to have to really sit down and look at how we can not only consistently register good voters and keep these people on the books, because the states are going to try to eliminate you from there. All right, but also what they're going to need as far as not only IDs, but how are they going to get to the polls, and because some of these polling places are now going to be a little bit further from where they are. It's not going to be easy for them just to get up and maybe walk around the corner or go some of these other places. They're going to shut these places down to um, um, stop you from from voting. So now it's going to be ground game organization to help now to kind of get out the vote. Okay. Okay. Ground floor movements. Now it's going to have to be a ground game. So what was really important back in 2020, moving people to vote. Now that same type of um, effort is going to have to be used to actually get out the vote and really organize around these laws and really help to get people to the polls, help to get people not only just registered, get people to the polls, whatever IDs or stuff like that that people are definitely going to need. We're going to have to get more people up on that because a lot of people don't have the ability to get to some of these places. Some people don't drive or they have to put out a lot of effort to get around. Georgia's kind of not like New York City, where you've got as many trains and as many buses around. And if you're more in a more rural area, it's a little more difficult
Yeah.
to kind of
Yeah, I
get
know.
out and,
I
and,
was
and, and
just
get
there.
yeah
I
yeah
was
yeah
just there.
yeah
Yeah,
yeah
it's
yeah,
Georgia's
and
still
get some.
kind of the sticks, man. Georgia's
It's got
still
a lot.
kind of the sticks.
When you get out of when you get out of like Atlanta, right there, and right out of the right out of city limits, you're it's a different game. And many of us black people who are down there are more rural. We have a large rural aspect to where we are. And a lot of people are rural poor. So it's not
Mm.
easy for to make it easy for us. That's what they want. That's why they absentee, voting. You register at the board of elections and you have your signature, and that's easy enough. So you can just do that. It's much easier for black people to do this. Much easier. And that's what they're trying to stop because they don't want to make that easy for you to vote. So it's more difficult. It's they're trying to make the process more difficult. So that's why much more of a ground game. It's going to have to be a much more of a ground game, ground based, get out to vote type of operation locally in these areas. That's what you're going to have to do. So they're going to make it harder, and it's going to be more difficult. But that should motivate people a lot more if we can't turn things around in the you know in the Congress federally. Um, that's what it is. It's going to have to be a concerted ground game effort. And for those who have their IDs, and for all y'all saying, well, you shouldn't be voting because you don't have an ID. For all you guys that have your IDs and all that, then you're good. But for those who don't, and for those who have a difficult time getting some of this stuff, it's going to be a harder effort and a much stronger um, ground effort is going to have to. It's going to really have to be made to get out the vote, and that's going to have to really be done through voter registration, and then those who are registered to vote, constant mail-ins and constant knocking on doors and making sure that people can get what they have to get out. So it's going to be a large ground game operation. That's what that's going to be. It's going to be knocking on doors one more again. You know, you know.
Yeah, and not just knocking on doors to get people registered, but knocking on doors to get people to get a fucking ID if they don't have one as well, right? They're gonna have to do that in those places where you have to have an ID, because shit, you ain't gonna be able to vote if you don't have it in many places. So that might be another drive they may have to make. Not a drive to get registered, but a drive to get your ass some ID if you plan on voting. Because the way it's
Yeah,
looking in a lot of states, you're not going to be able to do it unless you have, a particular ID, a state ID, or whatever, whatever they're requiring in those places.
yeah, 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 yeah. I mean, it's definitely going to make it more difficult. They're definitely going to make it more difficult. And you know, that's just that's where we're at. And for poor people, it's just more difficult. That's even true for white people. Poor whites don't vote that heavily as well. Blacks tend to be a bit more motivated, especially when they have, especially when we have, people that we feel are going to be representative of us. And I think what really pulled a lot of folks out on this last one was the fact that they felt that, how other people may like Trump, maybe people didn't like him, maybe many people did like him, but many black people felt that this guy was the devil, and we want him out. We didn't vote. for Hillary, and forget Hillary. We didn't come out and vote for Hillary. Forget her. But folks came out to not even so much for Biden, but they really came out heavily against Trump, and that was something that was a bitter pill for the for the majority society to deal with, and they're trying to see to it that doesn't happen again. Um, and they're not trying to broaden the base; they're trying to stop you from coming out. So yeah, so it's a ground game, brother. This is going to be a
Yeah.
ground game, another big ground fight. That's what we're going to have to do. And here in New York, that's not the biggest problem, because a lot of us, who here in New York, um, we try to help out with other states. But certainly locally, this is something that is a concern, and I can tell you right now, where I am locally, they are very concerned about the black vote. Very concerned. Everyone's shook. We went and got Jamal Bowman in, got him in there. That's my main man. Got him up in there. He's a congressman. He'll be here. He'll be here in May. At the crib. And all. So we will be doing a lot of heavy duty stuff. So we know what's going down. We know.
Hold on. You said that the congressman is coming to your house.
Say what?
Did you say the congressman was coming to your house? That just kind of slipped past me there for a second.
Say what?
He's coming. He's coming to your house.
You damn right. He'll be all up in her. He'll be all up in her. At least he'll come by for at least 15, 20 minutes.
Okay. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool, huh?
It'll be highly
Right.
it'll be highly butter laid. So we're gonna have some butter laid folks come in.
Butter laid.
No, we're not
Highly
playing,
butter laid.
but we helped get him in. We helped get him in. And listen, I'm not gonna say that when he went up to places up in Rye and further up county where you had the big Jewish triangle, yeah, they came out very heavily for him as well to get Elliot Engel out. Yeah, they did. They raised a lot of money up there. But so they definitely they were critical. I'm not going to sit here and even try to play it off. But certainly moving into the southern tier here in Westchester, and going into some aspects of the northern Bronx, we had a very large black population. West Indian, many of them came out very heavily. Moved them in. So yeah, and plus my lady friend, they know they went to school together. So
yeah, politics are tricky in New York, man. It's I'm from New York, so I know. I mean, politics are it's a tricky game in New York, man. It is, man. It's politics in New York they're very diverse now. All right, I will say it's very diverse, but at the same time, New York. One thing I can say about New York politics and New York politicians is very aggressive. Politicians will be walking around knocking on your door. They will show up at the fairs and the events, and they'll be like, if there's a concert in the park, there's nothing to see like a congressperson like there. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, they're very aggressive, especially when they're campaigning and shit. I mean, they're very aggressive, very, very aggressive. And it's not just it's not just people on either side. I mean, whether it's a Republican or a Democrat in New York City, the goddamn they're very aggressive, man, when it comes to their campaigning and shit like that. At least they were. All right, when I was out there, but I haven't lived there in like 7 years, so shit could have changed. But politics are very aggressive in fucking New York. And I don't mean just in New York City, because before I came down here, I was actually living in Hudson Valley, right? And let me tell you something, the politicians there, I mean, they are literally on the fucking block. All right. They're especially in like Dutchess County, forget about it. If you go like to the city park, they're there. They are there kissing babies, shaking hands, and taking selfies with motherfuckers.
well, Not only will I say that is that they are they're aggressive, but when I say not from the sexual sense, but when I bring up the point saying that they everybody's in bed together, the Republicans and Democrats here, they're switch hitting all day long.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah, they are.
okay, you got
They
many
are.
Democrats who work very closely with the Republicans. Many Republicans work very closely with the Democrats, and each ones they switch parties from time to time, move in and out like that way. All right, just like you see Cuomo, who's supposed to have all these problems. You know how much Republican money Cuomo got? Do you know how many Republicans that he's put into certain areas of influence here in the state by way of his
Of
father as
course he
well?
did.
You
Well,
know what I'm saying? That's why
Cuomo is an
this
infamous political family fucking in New York. People don't know that shit, man. That's a political syndicate, goddamn it. It's a syndicate, man. But shout out, we got grown man business in the house. What's good? Brother GMB with the $20 super chat. Appreciate that, brother.
there you go, there you go, there you go. But yeah, so the Republicans and Democrats, they very incestuous here, man. Very
Yeah,
incestuous. So especially at the
yeah,
local level, it's funny because you have judges that are here that have run kind of unchallenged, so they're both Republican and Democrat. Like all kind of madness. That goes on that people just think that it's all one party and one side, and no man, this thing is highly blended. Now so but guys like Jamal and so forth who we definitely supported. We tends to be much more on the progressive side, and that's how a lot of Upper Westchester County very much is. In the Croton area, and in Pound Ridge and Rye, New York, and Armonk, and in these areas where it's where you don't have many blacks, but many whites who tend to be a bit more on the on the progressive side with zillions of dollars. You know
mm,
what I mean? You know,
he's
zillions of dollars.
zillions
Yeah,
of dollars.
I mean, a lot of those guys there can write a can write a how would I say write $1 million check without blinking.
Mhm.
If they want to, and many of them give money to both parties, if you know what I'm saying. So
Yeah, of course they
that
do. That's the aggressiveness of freaking goddamn New York politics, man. I'm telling you, New York politics are really aggressive, man. I mean, it's a tricky thing out there, and and some of those families, man, have been in politics for many, many, many decades, and they'll do whatever they got to do to fucking remain there. But shout out to Gone Postal for the $10 super chat. He says, I don't support this message, just supporting the channel. Now that's support right there. Motherfucker drop $10 even when he don't like what's going on. You're talking about
listen,
loyalty, boy.
hey, listen, we're all not going to agree. I don't mind people disagreeing with me. I don't mind it. It doesn't bother me in the least. Um, I figure I have a body of knowledge that I speak from that I deeply understand. Some of these other guys may have their own views, and that's fair enough. I'm good with it. It's just the knucklehead stuff. I don't have I don't have much patience for. But if people don't agree and they don't want to co-sign, no problem. Don't expect it.
Yeah.
Very
I
comfortable
don't
with
I don't have a problem with it. I tell people all the time, whether we're doing a challenge, a debate, or whatever, I don't mind if you disagree. I don't mind if you discuss. I just don't like motherfuckers being disrespected in my house. I mean, you can pretty much say what you want because, see, if you say something out of line, the fucking bot will decapitate you anyway. So I don't really have to like really monitor the chat like that. I highlight the super chats a lot because they show up bright, and y'all know my ass old and I ain't got my glasses on. So, but the motherfuckers saying shit in the chat, I don't really, as long as motherfuckers don't say nothing too out of line, I don't even fool with it. But shout out to Brother Renaissance, man. $10 super chat. Appreciate that, Brother Renaissance. He says, I support this message and the channel.
The brother, that's
Appreciate
my
that,
brother
Brother Renaissance. Appreciate
brother
that,
RN,
Brother
Mike
Renaissance.
Renaissance, but Mike V and these cats up in here. I see the hood conservative, and I thought I saw NBD and all them in here earlier before. What's up, fellas? How y'all doing as well? So
Yeah,
you know, you
let me tell you something. They're
know,
welcome here. I mean, I will never turn brothers away, but I don't even have to say this, but I'm gonna say it in a goddamn way. I will never turn brothers away because of their political views, even if I staunchly disagree with them motherfuckers. I mean, the TPOT has always been a place for people to kind of speak their mind, whether you Democrat, Republican, conservative, a liberal, or in between, God damn it. None of that stuff really matters to me, but I don't have to explain that. All you have to do is go through my catalog and you see motherfuckers of all kinds of political fucking beliefs on my shit. So I don't even have to explain that. You know what I'm saying? All you gotta do is go through my catalog and you'll see that for yourself. So, that goes without saying.
well, like I said, I think, I like the debate. I would like to hear, from some of these ultra conservatives as to why they are silent about what's going on the side, and why that's good. That explain to me why it's good that 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 ethnic black people are being um, targeted for for uh, for um for, for basically exclusion from from the electoral process, which speaks loud. That's very. It shows you just how important
So
your vote really is. So when you hear these people say, "Oh, your
so
vote's not important," well,
so
go
you
ahead.
do you want to field some questions? You wanna what you wanna do? You wanna field some questions? You wanna take some
Nah,
questions or
it's that's what I know how most of these guys feel. It's just a question of you know, what's their reasoning for so much of their inaction, apathy, and and really negative energy, um, focused towards the black, the black community in the whole, which is a diverse community, which is just not
mm,
your 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 low end, street thugs, like people say, the whole thug thing, with which I thoroughly reject to a large to a large degree. Um, but also, your conservative aspect of the black community, your your centrist, and your more left leaning side, which all comprises, our, the overall community, the overall, or black people on the whole, and you can't sit down and say Georgia and these places that's just all about just everybody is just a Stacey Abrams fan. Others who are not, they're those who have some differing views, but yet they do have serious problems with the voting laws. I've talked to some of them,
mm.
and they're conservatives, but they're looking at this as madness. And I wonder why these people don't see it the same way. It's just a question, and I'm not here to argue or even debate. If you want to bring some people up and have people on the panel and expand the conversation, fair enough. If you don't, hey, it is what it is.
No, that's up to you. This your night. You know how we do this thing, god damn it. This your night. I mean, if you want me to open it up, I will. If you don't want me to open it up, I won't. So that's where we at with that. So do you
Well,
want me to, do you want me to open it up?
if you want to bring some people on, you can bring some people on. Fair enough.
Okay, we'll
No
bring a
problem.
few people on. Well, y'all know the drill. I don't really do the putting link in the chat shit. because I do that. I have a tendency for motherfuckers to jump on here that I don't really want, and I have to screen them and all that old kind of bullshit. I'd rather do the screening via my email, because if you email me and I don't recognize your email, guess what? I don't fucking let you in my shit. So I like doing that better, So this is what we're going to do. Brother Nagone said we're going to open this up. So there's the email. If you wish to come through, the email is prophetofthought@yahoo.com. Prophet of Thought, no caps, one word, at yahoo.com. If you wish to come up and discuss something. Yeah. But what I think often happens, man, when it comes to these politics, and we talked about this, earlier today when we spoke, brother. I think that politics divides people. It just does. All right. The black folks included. I don't think it just divides black and white or different types of white people. It divides black people too. All right. Politics always will, because you got one side that says, well, the government does too much for black folks. Then you got another side that says the government doesn't do enough. Then you got people who are somewhat in the middle, like myself, who say, fuck government in a whole. I don't want government give me shit. I just want government to get the hell out of my way. That's kind of my position. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm, especially when it comes to like presidential politics and shit like that, federal politics, I just want the motherfuckers to stay out of my way. I don't need nothing from them. I don't need them giving me shit. None of that shit. All right. Now, local politics is a little different. I got to be a little more in tune, because that my business kind of operates around that political arena. But for the most part, I just want government to leave me the fuck alone. I don't want them to give me shit. I just want them to leave me the hell alone and get the hell out of my damn way so I can operate. That's all. That's all I really want from government, to be honest. Because I've had people ask me, "Oh, X, man, you don't," because I just want government to get out of my fucking way, man. I don't want them to give me shit. You don't have to. If you get out of my way, I can make it happen. You get out of my way, I can make it happen. That's all.
I look at government like this. I look at most of these large multinational corporations, many multi-billion-dollar Fortune 100, Fortune up to the Fortune 1000 companies here in the United States. All of them, almost all of them, have a certain level of government contracting. Certain level of government contracting they have. Certain level of government contracts. Some of the wealthiest people here in this country made a lot of money from the government. When you look at Bill Gates and all these guys who sat back and put Windows and Microsoft on all their computer systems and so forth around the whole government, he did. Not only here in the United States, but France, Brazil, Germany, a lot of other places. Okay, so you look at government is a government helps to facilitate the business community immensely. So I look at the government as as an entity in which to do business. So this is something that we need to consistently push our business community more in on. And you're supposed to have a certain level of set asides and so forth, but they want to keep you out of government contracting because they want to grab a lot of the government contracting and eat all day long and eat the heaviest contracts. And some of them at the highest levels grab government contracts and grab stuff without even having to bid. We saw that during the war and so forth like that. That was insane. There's a whole bidding process that you have to go through. So, but they cut a lot of that back uh, and and dealt with only a few different corporations, which I thought was insane. But yet, this is the kind of stuff that these guys pull. So I look at this thing from a business perspective, and say, hey, we should be, involved. Certainly, government contracting, make money because and making money and expanding our our economic tentacles with with the government as playing a key agent with us to do business because everybody else is doing it and are making multi-billions of dollars. So,
Mm.
as far as handouts, I mean, a lot of people say, where's the biggest corporate welfare going? The biggest corporate welfare is coming from the government. They putting a lot of people on, not only bailing them out and saving them, but giving them contracts and keeping them eating. Um,
Yeah.
and we're not in on this bonanza as well. No, we need to be involved in this as well. But see, that's where your politics, you know, um, your involvement in government, people who in positions of government can actually help. Now, I sit back and I look at a lot of black people who get degrees in government. Let's say in governmental affairs and so forth. A lot of black people do this because they understand that from a standpoint of education, that they know this is where we're screwed. This is where we're banged out. This is where we're getting popped. So so they get involved in government, not super high paying jobs, because they get involved in the government because it to help give us better access in a system that has been hostile towards us. And that's a big part of many of us who get these educations and get into government, because that's ideally uh, you know um uh how we see this. And then they're absolutely correct about that, absolutely correct. But we should ourselves be getting also a lot more on the business side. We don't talk about that as much. I've talked about that with MOT and some of the other brothers around. I have an IT based company, and I definitely want to get a lot more IT contracting. Certainly, and the let's put it like this: the doors are open for a lot more for that. Being with some of the people we have in there, this should facilitate our processing a little bit better. That's what a lot of people don't want to see you do as well. So there's a big economic component to this, and I just don't want people to be lost on that. I don't want people to be lost on that. This is not all about liberal policies and giving people handouts. Hell no. There's a lot of this is, you get a certain level of government contracting and you start making a great degree of money at it. You're looking at multi-millions into the billions of dollars potentially. You know, um,
Oh yeah. Shit, I wish I
and
had a few of them damn federal contracts, boy. I probably could retire in 2 years instead of another 5 or 6. I wish I had some of them federal contracts, boy. I ain't lying.
and and you have to look at it. You have some people who have been eating off of this. Um, and I'm talking about the majority side, who've been eating off of this for generations, generations. They don't look like you and me. You know what we're talking about. They've been eating off of this
Yeah.
for generations.
Yeah,
That's just one.
I wish I had some of them. Now, see, I'd probably be, because I'm a selfish Negro. I'd probably be more I'd probably be a little more in tuned, with federal politics if I had one or two federal contracts laying around. I probably would be a little more in tune. I'm just saying. But we've been joined by Renaissance Man and Brother Mike V. What's good with it, brothers? Brother Renaissance, what you got, man? Then we're gonna swing it around to Brother Mike V. What's good?
Hey, what's up? What's up, X? What's up, Nagone?
What's
Nah,
up, What's up, babe?
nah, I just wanted to come up and sort of reinforce some of the points that were made. Starting it off, X, I think you made a major point when you said that you're involved in your local government. You started talking about contracts and how people can just lose a contract just because someone had a better relationship and they weren't hobnobbing. And I think that's a real world example of when you hear some of these people who say, well, we should just stop with the politics and focus on the economics. That's a real world example of how business isn't going to work like that. um but it just, you can't separate the two. Tying into what you all were saying as well about the federal level, I mean, name an entity on earth that spends more money than the federal government. That's why these contracts are such a big deal. And even when you look at some of these companies that have benefited, like I was looking the other day, Tesla got, I believe around 2010, got like a $500 million loan to basically build the Model S from the Department of Energy. So government is everywhere in people's lives, and um, you highlighted it on the screen. And I wrote this in the chat, but voting is the minimum level of participation. What you and NAGONE have been describing has been being engaged with the government. So not just showing up to vote, like you said, every 4 years, but out there building relationships, knowing about what policy is coming down the pipe, knowing who's running for what local office. When we say organizing, when we say those things, that's what we mean. We can't just be in the mindset of, hey, we're gonna vote and think it's just like flipping a power switch and then say, oh, we voted and this didn't happen. That it's a very complex process, and people have to educate themselves on how it works.
Absolutely. I agree, man. Totally agree. Because like I said earlier, man, I've seen it happen, man. I've seen people who, they got a bit of better of a relationship, whether it be with the county clerk or the town supervisor or, the county commission, because all those people have a certain degree of power in certain jurisdictions. You have to go through this particular political body to get to said contracts to find out where they're bidding, where they're rebidding, to find out how much you can work,
To,
how much the
to
money is going to be available, how long. You have to go through some of these bodies. I know. I
to
deal with them. You
it,
have to
or
go
if
through.
you,
You have to go
or
through these people.
I'm sure too, you may deal with if you want to influence how the contract, the basis that it's awarded, whether it's
Yes.
a lowest value, best value, I'm sorry, lowest price, technically available, best value, sole source bid, all of those things.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, contract, especially here, contract procurement is the competition is crazy here. Trust me, I've been dealing with it for about 5 years. The competition is stiff, and like I said, sometimes it's not even what you know or how good you can negotiate. Sometimes it depends. If you got a cousin that happened to be sitting on the commission, guess what? You're gonna fuck around and get that contract. That's just what it is. People try to deny the shit and all that here, but that's how it kind of goes down. Now, me, I'm somewhat connected to some political people. All right. And that probably has helped me over the years. I'll be the first to say it. It has helped me because of things that I do, throughout the county, throughout the city. People know who I am. So, I can get a good word put in, I can say. I'll go that far to say I can get a good word put in to certain political parties, depending on, what the contract procurement process is, what it entails, where it's at, what's involved, all those things, play a part in it. But go
Now,
ahead.
now, now, I was going to ask. Now, I saw today. I don't know. I know you're in the area of engineering. I saw Biden today is, I guess, rolled out this $2 trillion infrastructure package. Now, is that something that, if it's passed, it could definitely benefit you, in your area of business?
Well, what we do is mechanical engineering. We do a lot of engineering because we work on mostly power equipment, heavy duty construction equipment. You're
Okay.
talking about payloaders, bulldozers, backhoes, um, stuff of that nature. Commercial log splitters, commercial lawn equipment. I mean, we do motorcycles, we do commercial generators, we do
Okay.
outboard motors, we do
So
all
you
that
so you
stuff
could
too.
definitely see some of this, depending on whether these some of these companies decide, hey, I'm just going to go buy new dozers, or hey, I need to keep these running, so I need someone out there as soon as this thing breaks down to keep this thing going.
Oh, absolutely. Because we do we do modifications too. I mean, we can make your machine more powerful. We can give your machine more torque. We can make it sit higher. We can take your machine and move your engine to a different part of the equipment so you have more uh bed space, more deck space. I mean, we do a lot of this. We do all assets, all facets and assets of mechanical engineering, because we also do welding and metal fabrication. So I mean, whatever you want done, we can pretty much do it. There's not too much. I can't even think of something that we couldn't do, because see, we run the specs on the machine, we take the measurements, and then, you tell us what you want. Because we have people come to us, believe it or not. We have people who come to us who want their whole engine moved on their bulldozer because they want their bulldozer to also serve as something that they can stack things on. So what we'll do, we'll take the specs on it, man, and we'll move that whole fucking engine. All right, we'll move it. We'll move it 3 feet back. We'll move it 3 feet to the front. It all depends on what you want to do, and it all depends on what you want. And whatever you want, we can pretty much do it. Especially if your money right. If your money right, there's nothing we say no to. If your money right.
But that's just an example of federal policy that's going to affect your business. Like you said, the state seems to generate more, but something big like that coming down the pipe can definitely have an effect as well.
Yeah, well, it depends. Like, for instance, and then I'm gonna go to Brother Mike B. It depends. Like, for instance, if the county is doing something, right? Say the county is say they're building a park, right? They're building a park for the kids, or they're building a park for families and things of that nature. Of course, you're going to have construction equipment out there, right? So what they'll do is they'll contract us. And what we do, we get a check every goddamn month, just basically for being alive. Now, if something goes wrong, we have to go out there because we're under contract with those people. We have to go out there and do whatever needs to be done. Either fix it on site, bring it back to the shop and fix it, run out, get parts and fix it, whatever we got to do. But that's all county. That's under a county contract. Now, if the federal government is building something here and they put that up for bid, if they announce that on a bid, I'm definitely trying to get down there and get into that contract. I'm trying to procure that contract if I find out that the federal government is putting something up for bid. The federal government is very lucrative. Like I said, I could charge them $500 for a hammer. I could charge them $100 for a flashlight, that kind of shit. I mean, you can do that with state and city as well, but when you go under contract with state and city, it's different because they give you a sheet and they give you maximum, minimum, and they usually agree to something that's in the middle. For instance, if I say, okay, I need to go out and buy a hammer, right? They'll say, okay, the minimum on the hammer should be $25. The maximum on it should be $75. And usually you can go ahead and hit them for $50. You understand what I'm saying? They're kind of there, at least here. That's how it is. But federal contracts are different. I mean, whatever you say, that's what it is. You charge the motherfuckers $100 for a screw. So when people talk about procuring contracts, the reason why people get so much money off of federal contracts, because one thing about federal contracts, they don't ask any questions, man. They don't ask any questions. I'm telling you, I can charge the motherfuckers $100 for a screwdriver and I'll get paid. So anybody that know about any federal contracts, come down the pipe. Make sure you hit old LX up in his email. But yeah, go ahead, brother Mike B. What's good with it, man? Go ahead. Go ahead. You want to say something? Go ahead.
No, I'll say very quickly. You do, the lowest bidder tends to get the contract. So
Yep.
there is
that. Because I've undercut people in contracts. Shit, last year, we had a contract for working on 3 bulldozers and 2 backhoes, and they had mechanical engineers that they were paying, and that contract was for $15,000. It was $15,000 for the season. Yeah, it was a $15,000 contract for the season. We had to do whatever the way those contracts work are this. When something goes and you get paid, all right, because you get that check no matter what. If something goes, long as it doesn't exceed the monthly contract amount, you have to come out and fix it. Now, if it exceeds that, then you get paid on top of that. That's how those contracts work. So when we procured the contract last year, we got it for 15,000. The last people who were doing it for 16.5. They were doing it for 16.5. So we came in and bid at 15,000 and got it. That's how that worked. So I mean, I have no problem undercutting under contractors because see, I know how to work it, and my work is fast. So it doesn't matter even if I take, say, a stack hit on it. Only thing that's going to do is make it so I have less guys there. I'll just have one less guy there than I normally would. That's how I look at it. So, I don't fuck around. I've been at this a while. I'm gonna get my money. But yeah, brother Mike V, what's good with it, man?
Hey, peace to the panel, peace to the chat, man. Thanks for having me on. Yeah, a couple of things. I definitely like the discussion. The voter ID issue that you were bringing up earlier. It isn't so much about an ID, but the fact that they purged a lot of black people from the rolls in Georgia. So when these people went to the registration to vote, they were turned away. It didn't have anything to do with an ID. It had to do with the fact that they were purged from the rolls. That's number one. Number two, in Massachusetts, you don't need an ID. You can come and vote just the same way as they did in Georgia. Now, some precincts may ask for like a recent bill or something like that. You just open up the envelope, show that this is your address. That's the extent of it. But overall, they don't ask for that ID stuff. Number two, these big federal infrastructure contractors is stuff that we've been talking about for a long time on the Brain Trust, that these sort of opportunities are out here, but you have to organize your people to actually get these sort of things in your favor. What they did is they gave all the police jobs and the firefighter jobs to the Irish. The Italians got all the civil engineering jobs from the municipality standpoint. Black people got nothing. The Constitution says equal rights, equal protection under the law, and this includes the Sherman Act of 1898, which is based on antitrust legislation. And so your civil rights fall under the antitrust legislation that was legislated before. And so that was what was fought for in 64 and 65. But a lot of these guys in this space who claim to be conservative don't understand all of this. And so what they do is they fight the culture war. And that's why the discussion always comes back to trolling about voter IDs, because people don't want to do the fucking research. They don't care about history. They only care about it where it matters to them. Now, number three, to these points about what's happening in Georgia. They think that the left is somehow doing something wrong, that if you just come up with a voter ID, then everything would just be fine. They're not understanding this is a multi-state issue, that they're targeting black voter precincts. When we covered this before last year in November and December, and they brought these so-called stop the steal cases to these judges, these conservative judges turned back and said, if you do this, you're going to disenfranchise a particular group of people. So who is really stealing what voter-wise? Right? So this is where we are right now. A lot of these people who are coming around talking about voter ID, this you can go to a DMV, then you have bigger problems if you can't get a if you can't get a driver's license. What they were doing in Georgia, what they were trying to make voting only legitimate if you had a registration to a vehicle. Most black people don't have vehicles like that. But
Yeah.
see, people don't care about the significant detail, all the intricate details that go into this. They don't understand there's 255 bills on the table to prevent you from voting. And these are the people in this space and in your chat who want to align themselves with that demographic of people who are trying to stop black people from voting. So we can't get caught up in trying to go back and forth for 1 hour, a half hour, 45 minutes with people who are too ignorant and too lazy to go do their own research. We covered this on MOT's channel probably about 5 or 6 times between September, October, November, and December for 3 hours at best.
That's
And
a
yet these
fact.
same guys are pretending that, you know, we have to inform them. Why do we have to inform you? We can't have a debate because the debate is between two equals, knowledge-wise. You're not equal to the knowledge that we're bringing to the table. You know nothing. You bring nothing. You have nothing. And so we get caught up in the rigmarole going back and forth, and it's like, what are we talking about here? You had somebody in the chat ask, what are the progressive laws what are the laws that the progressives are trying to get passed? Why do we have to inform you about that? You already made your decision. You decided that you were going to vote for those other people. You have to go over there and have that conversation with them, not with us. We don't have to inform you about anything, as far as I'm concerned.
Now, I was going to add on the piece on voting. When you look at the Voting Rights Act in 2013, and it being struck down, you know, one of the first things they did in some of these states is shut down a bunch of DMVs right after. So people just saying, "Oh, well, you know, voter ID, just go to the DMV." You literally had in these rural places, like X was saying in Georgia, where they shut down the local DMV. So you're talking about now traveling several hours to go and get, you know, identification, as well as in general. When you look at the Voting Rights Act, that is what it being struck down opened the door for a lot of these changes in laws that you're seeing right now, as well as in general. There's evidence that shows, you know, from the passage of the revision to the Voting Rights Act in the 1975 up until 2013, you know, that increased minority voter turnout by 20%. And just the initial data they have from, you know, the 2016 election, which was its first one, you saw roughly about a 7% drop. So, you know, this is not an accident that, you know, they, you know, first that law is taken down and now all these laws are being changed at the state level, despite what people may think of, you know, whether it's an ID or, you know, shutting down a mobile polling station like they did with the SB 202 in Georgia, or banning handing out food except for water by poll workers, and, you know, making lines purposefully longer, fewer voting machines. These things are done because Republicans, plain and simple, win when people don't turn out to vote. And they're banking on basically playing on people's cynicism and discouraging and making it more cumbersome to vote as a tactic to win and suppress the vote.
Yeah. And see,
Yeah,
what
that's
really scared
obvious.
them more, what really scared them more than anything else was another form of voter suppression was the runoff elections. They always said, and that was started in Georgia and these places in the South to have runoff elections, and then of course they started moving them up north. But it was there in the South to really to discourage minority or black voting strength. So you'd come out heavily in one election, things would be close. No one would have an exact massive plurality the way that they would you would see it in normal elections. So what they would say is, oh, you know, we have the elections are very close. Let's have a runoff, and let's keep blacks from voting in very heavy blocks, and we'll have a runoff election here. And what that will do is it'll stop other people from more black people from coming out again to vote again for this person. And then when we had this runoff election, blacks won't come out as heavy as they did before, and and we'll get our people in. That was a way of basically, stopping you that way. This time around, that didn't work. They came out
And
heavier than people.
and they changed that law too, Nagone.
Yeah.
They shortened the
Exactly.
period. It was 9 weeks, and now it's 4 weeks for a runoff. So they're trying to shut down, getting people time to organize.
That's exactly correct. So they saw that, oh my God, this has backfired on us, because once your your electorate is now motivated to vote, this is not what we want to see. This is not what we want to have happen. So their whole deal was to shut that down, and they found that didn't work. So that scared the bejesus out of them. So now they're doing all these other tactics to get you out of the game. And that's all that this is all about. And, to sit here and go into deep details on all those voters, I didn't want to get on that tonight, because I saw some people in the crowd, and their whole deal is educate me, then I'm going to try to bring it and troll you back. And like Mike said, and like you were saying, we covered this man a lot. We went over this in detail, a few months back, and when we had many sessions on this. Hey, Mike, how many times did we cover this in about the last 6?
I would probably say maybe 24 times. Maybe 24 live streams in about 2 to 3 hours time.
It's got to be somewhere in that range. So I'm not going to sit here and the thing that I find disturbing is that these people are sitting here saying that it's yes, keep black people from voting. These are black people saying get out of the game, and they're conservatives, and they're saying nothing about the right here and what they're doing, knocking them out of the box as well. They don't see that adversely affects them, but can't see it. I find this. I have to say, I find this amazing.
You even have.
Do you think it goes beyond politics, though? Because Brother Mike B says something very, very prolific. He says that they fight the culture war. So I think it's beyond politics with some people. I don't think it's I don't think it's always right versus left, liberal versus conservative or versus independent or whoever. I think there's a lot behind. I'm not saying everybody, so don't be fucking emailing me with this bullshit, because your ass gonna get cussed the fuck out if you do. I'm not saying it's everybody, but I think some people, I think they kind of use the politics as a shield sometimes, and I think that shield of politics, they use it to cover. They use it to cover the problems they have with certain cultural norms or things that they think shouldn't be cultural norms. That makes any damn sense. But I think they kind of use the politics as a shield sometimes.
They fight the culture war because that's easier than fighting the policy. And so for them,
repeat that again, Mike. Repeat that again.
They fight the culture war because that's easier than fighting policy. And so what's happening here is they're taking the grievances of white males and internalizing it for themselves to find a place within the right. And so they think progressive, or that's why they always throw these terms out in your chat: communism, socialism, Marxism, right? They throw that out there because they think that is the culture that needs to be fought. But in reality, communism, they never lived under communism. Communism died in 1991 in the Soviet Union. So what recollection do they really have? They're fighting what they perceive to be the culture that needs to be fought. In reality, Black people were enslaved under capitalism, not communism.
That's the crazy thing to me is taking not even taking the time to write up your own grievances, taking someone else's grievances and then making them your own.
Right. And white men's grievances are based on whatever symbolic gains that Black men or Black people get collectively from a political standpoint. So the election of Barack Obama is what is triggering those guys too, because you'll hear in some of the videos that we covered before, some of these white guys on the right, even the women, say, "Oh, Obama's a Muslim," right? Oh, he's not really an American. He's an immigrant, right? So they have these sort of tropes that they push out there, but they don't understand they're targeting him not so much about his policies, but based on what they perceive him to be. And these guys think that, well, you know, if I come over on this side, I don't have to actually do anything. As long as I don't rock the boat, then I'm okay. Because we saw what happened with ADL on January 6th when he denounced the insurrection on the Capitol. And he got torn apart by his own white subscribers. See, once you open your mouth as a black man on the right and start talking about some of these areas that may be impactful on black men, then your goose is cooked.
That's exactly correct. And see, when we start to break this down, and I'll say this, and this is the balance that we look at, the liberal side or from the progressive side of the fence. Well, I won't say progressive. I will say from the liberal side more so, and the left or the far left. It's and I saw a video. So I think Mike may have had that video out there, and he put that out there in our email stream. I don't know. I think I saw it there, but they kind of broke it down pretty good. Far left, white man bad. Okay, white man bad. Okay, far left, white man bad. The racist white man bad. Okay, far right, black man bad. Black man bad. You know what I mean? Black man. Everything. The far right. And these guys are talking about everything on the right wing. It's against the black man. Everything on the far left. It's against them. It's against the white man. So they both are polarizing sides of they're at the polar opposites. And really, what we're really talking about is really what's more really down the middle and what's really going to affect us, and how do we, black men and so forth, how do we benefit the most? And that's why that's where do we benefit the most? That's why I can have conversations with real black conservatives and talk these issues. People who are trying to fight the overall culture war. And you do have your culture warriors on the left. There's no doubt about it. You have your culture warriors on the right. And that's where you have, the talking points and the madness, the trolling, and all this kind of stuff that goes on. And you hear a lot of craziness. Do I hear some craziness on the far left? I do. But do I hear equal, or if not more, craziness on the far right? Absolutely. But not only that, but the far right is really trying to disenfranchise you. And how, if you are a true conservative, if you understand conservative principles, I'm not gonna get all into the conservative principles. We've gone over that many times. But if you're a true conservative, how is that acceptable? I would ask Renaissance Man and Mike, who understand the conservative side quite well. I would ask them, how is that acceptable? And I don't see where these far right guys, where these far right Negroes are really coming from, not addressing this. And I find this amazing. I find, like I said, I just sit here. I find this amazing. It's amazing that this goes on in this space.
Yeah, well,
Some of this is far, taking it as far as looking at somebody. No, I'm sorry, but can you hear me?
Yeah, I was just gonna say that it takes all types to make a world. That's all.
But I was gonna say, but look at somebody like Floyd, who was killed, and you have people here, literally black men here, black men, saying basically he kind of got what he deserved.
Or he died from overdose.
No, you had him this morning. You had him this morning saying this during the trial, that somehow, some way, it wasn't the knee on the neck, it was the opioids in his system.
Yeah,
I mean, despite the fact that the medical examiners autopsy report says otherwise. Unreal.
Exactly.
And then these same guys will get mad about the crime bill. And it's like, okay, which one is it? Are we going to be harsh on people for drugs and things like that? Or are we going to say, are we going to have a more compassionate approach? Which one is it?
You know, I mean, I'm just, I'm wondering, you know, with this culture war that we have, especially that we see people running heavily on this far right. I'm wondering where are these guys coming from, man? Where are these so-called black men really coming from? You ain't looking
What?
out for black people. Damn sure not looking. You're damn sure not speaking out for black men.
What?
I can certainly say that. Good,
Well, I was going to
ahead.
say, I think X touched on something when he says it comes from other places, because you know you've gone as far as, you know, guys start, you know, criticizing other men's, you know, masculinity, and tying that to, I voted for Trump, so you know I'm this masculine man, and you voted for Biden, so you know you support feminism and you're a feminist, and all. Like it's even gone to that extreme. Like people looking for their masculinity in politics, which I'm just like, politics is about policy and nothing really else.
No, the ABL example was perfect. He came out, spoke out on January 6th, and he got vilified. He got vilified by his supposed to be ride or die, you know, people on the far right, and you know, on the right, and it lets you know exactly where these people are coming from. So and then people start questioning why. You have a victimhood mentality, and yet all of this is going on where they're literally sequestering, you're isolating your community to shut it down from it being able to exercise its franchise, literally, and you have a victimhood mentality. You know, hey Mike, how do you explain that, Mike? Mike, what is that? What is that?
Explain what, victimhood or hood-servative? They all sound the same to me. It's coming from the same source. But to their point, the idea is to berate black people who they consider to be on the left to a point where they have no cover or no sort of place of enfranchisement for themselves, and so they're helping the right do their dirty work. So because the right doesn't have to come out and actually do anything, because these guys are basically here to do exactly just that. And so stop the steal. You still have people in this space this week still saying, you know, swiper this, swiper that, right? Alluding to this sort of narrative that the election was a sham, and that all the votes for Biden was not exactly legitimate, but all the votes for Trump were legitimate. So no need to do an audit over there. Just do an audit over there, right? And so the illegitimacy that the Trump administration was trying to point out was only in predominantly black precincts, voting precincts. And so black men were the ones who were actually more impacted by this voter suppression and voter restrictions, because the guys who came home from jail from these nonviolent offenses could not vote because the conservatives in Georgia made sure that in Florida too, made sure that these guys weren't able to register to vote. Meanwhile, in Vermont, a very liberal state, allows their inmates to vote every election. But guess what? The state is 99% white.
Can y'all hear? Can y'all hear me?
We can hear
Can
you.
y'all hear me? Oh,
We can hear
because
you
there's some crazy shit going on back here in the goddamn control room, and I couldn't hear nothing. Fucking the mic wasn't working. I don't know what happened. All right, so everything's working again. Go ahead, carry on, gentlemen. My bad. Go ahead.
Do you have anything to contribute, X?
Well, for the last couple of minutes, I couldn't hear shit y'all was saying.
Wow!
I saw the circles jumping. That's why I was like, "Can y'all hear me?" And I was saying that before, and obviously y'all couldn't because I was like, "Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me?"
Oh,
So
okay.
I missed like the last 3 to 4 minutes. I
Oh,
just
okay.
missed
Now
everything.
you're in North Carolina, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so I mean, you'll probably be dealing with some of this as well too, because you know,
Oh yeah.
that's a growing battleground state. You know,
Oh yeah.
Obama won it twice, I believe. 2008, then didn't he win it in 2012 as well? I believe.
Yeah. I don't.
Which state is
I'm
this?
not sure.
North
North
Carolina.
Carolina.
No. He did
I
not
think
win
he
it
only
twice.
won it the
Yeah,
first
he won it.
time.
Yeah, he won in
Yeah,
2008. He didn't win it. He did.
first time. He didn't win it in
Okay,
2012.
but
Close.
yeah, I know it's definitely a state, one of the first southern states with Georgia that's going to
Yeah.
consistently look like be in play because
Yeah, it's purple. It's pretty purple. It's a purple state. I mean, we have that's the thing. And I've said this before, and I know Brother Mike B have heard me talk about it before as well. I mean, it went for Trump, but the Democratic governor got reelected, Roy Cooper.
Yeah.
So, but it went for Trump, but Roy Cooper got reelected, and he's a Democrat. But he's not a far left Democrat. He's more of a centrist, moderate, Democratic kind of guy. He's not like this far left liberal type of guy. But that in itself shows you that it's somewhat purple because, like I said, they go for the president and then they reelect a fucking Democratic governor. So you got people who are voting cross ballot, obviously. So
Well, because liberal or Democrat in North Carolina is not the same as liberal Democrat in New York City or California.
hell no.
yeah.
Yeah, hell no. Hell no.
Even though I was gonna say, even though it has my understanding is, and correct me if I'm wrong, X, it has had the reputation of a more progressive southern state, if that makes sense.
Oh yeah, because remember, North Carolina was the state where they had the big fight where they wanted to, let everybody go to the same bathroom, whatever you identify as that day, you can walk in the bathroom, whatever you identified as, you was allowed to use that bathroom. So it was a big controversy over that. If you brothers remember, they actually canceled All-Star
March Madness
Weekend.
wasn't.
No, it was All-Star Weekend was canceled over that whole debacle. So
it was the NBA. It was the NBA who canceled it because of it.
Yep.
Yeah.
That went away because of what was going on down there. And it's one of those states where it's go ahead, brother Mike V.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I was just gonna make a quick point. The Major League Baseball just canceled the All-Star game in Atlanta.
And are you ready for this? Georgia State government or the Georgia State legislature they announced that they're going to levy heavier gas taxes on
Delta.
for their plan.
Yeah, they had a big debacle about that. I believe under Kemp. No, I'm sorry, under Deal. There was this big fight about, basically Delta's the largest employer in the state, and I think every year there's basically a tax exemption that they get passed for all the gas and fuel that they use for their planes, and there was a threat behind that in previous years, and I guess it's come to fruition this time.
Yeah.
Due to what? Due to what though, brother Renaissance? Due to what?
Well, you got companies like Delta who basically got a lot of pressure to come out and condemn and reform. So when this bill was first proposed, you had like reduction in voting hours. I want to say it ended Sunday voting. They had some people who basically applied some pressure, I think, through the Chamber of Commerce to get some of that stuff thrown out of the bill. Now, people still weren't happy with what ended up getting passed. So a lot of these companies like Delta, Home Depot, Coca-Cola, they've been getting pressure from activists and other people to come out and take a stronger stance in condemning this bill that's actually been passed now. And I think with that happening, I think that's sort of the Republican legislature sort of pushing back, or trying to bully them a little bit to say, okay, if y'all are gonna come out against us, well, we're gonna bully you by taking away this tax exemption.
Okay.
So it's getting contentious.
And to your point, Renaissance man, they were being 80% subsidized under the Trump administration during COVID to stay afloat.
Yeah,
But-
Delta,
Right.
you're talking about, right, brother Mike B?
Yep.
Okay.
They weren't paying their bill. We
Right.
were paying their bills.
All the airlines were pretty much underneath because no one was flying. So
Yeah.
that first stimulus bill that they that went out. When was that? Last year, and what month was that when they saw that?
July.
Back in March, I think. No, it wasn't. July.
July.
That's when that hit. Yeah, that's when that hit. Exactly
But
right.
CX, that's the sort of stuff that I'm talking about, where these guys are against black people getting the stimulus. Only black people getting the stimulus because they call it a welfare check. But when everybody else is getting it, it's just fine. And so what I'm saying is they're taking on the white male grievance for themselves, internalizing it, and then projecting it in this space. I've been in this space for a very long time, and I have never seen anything like this before.
I think madness. Like I said last year, I said these guys are these are not conservatives or whatever. These are white. These are anti-black, okay, white male grievance, populists. That's what this is. That's what these guys were. That and it's time going. That's exactly what. And it's crazy.
It's crazy that you.
Position.
It's crazy that you say that, brother Nagone, because I was talking to somebody today, and they said similar shit. That they basically said, and I'm not saying that it's true or false, but they said that the so-called black conservatives just hate black people. They said, man, the black conservatives hate black folks. That's why they became conservatives, so they can spew their hate for other black people. I don't know if I believe that or not, but that's somebody told me that today, actually.
Well, I think what it is when you.
I just want to say this, Renaissance, real quick, and I'm done.
Oh, go ahead.
A lot of that's true. A lot of guys before were Hillary people. They were Democrat. They were all up in there like that. They just became these ultra right wing conservatives. When Mike? When RM? When did they start becoming this? When did that happen? Can y'all elucidate upon
Trump
that?
administration, 2016.
But it's hard for me to believe that though, because I know brothers that are conservatives. I know brothers that been voting Republican for goddamn it as long as we've been able to vote. And if they hate black people, they have a funny way of showing it. So it's hard for me to say, but maybe we're dealing with a new kind of Republican or a new kind of conservative. I don't know. I know brothers that I've known for many, many years, and they've always voted Republican. I mean, ever since we were old enough to vote, like in our 20s and shit. So,
well, I was going to
we
say
in our 40s and 50s now.
I was going to say, I think you are seeing a different breed sort of crop up. With a lot of these guys, it seems like at times there's a fine line between being a black conservative and being anti-black, and you always have to sort of walk that fine line. And I think some of your older generations of black conservatives were able to do that, versus these guys now. They haven't even really studied anything. It's just very reactionary, and it is lazy, to be honest with you. Like I said, it's one thing to be sort of a Booker T. Washington type of conservative, that element, and then just be someone who takes Rush Limbaugh and Fox News talking points and spews those out.
So do you guys believe that? Do you brothers believe that the black conservative, well, let me change it. Do you believe that the new black conservative actually just has grievances against other black folks and use the whole conservative / Republican thing as a shield to be able to, go in on black people. Is
They're
that
not
what it is?
They're not conservative,
Oh,
X.
Gloria.
Okay, they're not
They're not.
okay, they're
Not-
not conservative.
because their principles don't align with the conservative movement for what it is, right? Black
Okay.
people in the 1960s were Lincoln Republicans, so they voted that way, right? Post 1965, they became Democrat, right? These guys are just cultural conservatives, but they don't actually live the cultural conservative lifestyle, right? They don't really abide by any of those sort of principles at all because they can't name them. We've asked them several times to name what these conservative principles are, and they never seem to really name them. All they go back to is preservation of family. Well, Obama had a family too, but he was a liberal. So how can you use that as a talking point in a bulleted point to say my conservatism starts with the family first? Well, there's a lot of people on the left who are pro-family. Well, I'm not sure what you're saying. And so they don't really know where to start when it comes to conservatism. They're really just trying to embody what white men think, because none of their ideas really make any sense. On one hand, they're shaming Cardi B and Meg The Stallion and whatnot for a WAP. But these same guys have no problem going to OnlyFans and different and X Hamster and these other places. It doesn't make any sense. I think Pornhub put out a report back in like 2018 or 2019, and they said the majority of their streaming content views are coming from southern red conservative states. The majority of it.
Right.
So when these guys talk about conservatism, it doesn't make any sense. It's just all based on what white men think.
Go ahead, Mike. Finish.
So, Brother Mike V, you're saying that they're not really conservatives. You're saying they're cultural conservatives, right?
Not warriors. Cultural warriors, different, right?
Cultural warriors.
For me, a real black conservative would be somebody like the Nation of Islam. 10 toes down, never change their position. They stick to the principles for the last 70 years. Those are real conservatives. But these guys don't even like Farrakhan. Right? So where do your conservative principles lie at? Where are they? What are they rooted in?
Well, the other thing is, the other element in this is some of this is a money grab. They've seen what someone like a Tommy Sotomayor has sprung into, Brandon Tatum, a Candace Owens, an ABL type, and some of them are trying to run that game as well.
Yeah, they tried to run that gauntlet, but they weren't bright enough to play that game. They didn't have enough critical information to really play it and really run in between the cracks, kind of the way ABL did. But still, ABL got snagged up. He ended up getting caught up on the razor wire once he came out against, as we said, on the 6th. Once he had to make that move, they got him. So those other cats, they weren't bright enough to really understand how to really play that the way that ABL did. ABL, I may disagree with him, but ABL was not a stupid guy. Not that these other guys are stupid; they just are not that bright.
Brother X, I put a link in the private chat to the autopsy report. If you get a chance, you can pull that up. Share the screen.
All right, let's do that.
Yeah, I don't know if any of you all watched the trial coverage while we're on it, but it was pretty damning today. They had Floyd's girlfriend, and they had the police chief who arrived.
The police, his direct sergeant who sat.
Yeah, direct sergeant.
And he was masterfully walked into speaking about procedure, what had to go down given certain circumstances in a in various stops or how to handle certain types of situations, and came straight out where the guy was like, after a period of time, you didn't have to restrain him anymore. You already had him locked
Yep.
up. You had his hands behind his back.
At the time he stopped resisting, you should have gotten off of him, essentially.
That was it. And this guy sat there, just sat on him. I mean, it was ill. It was sickening to actually watch it again. So I try not to really watch it because I sit here in my office and I have this big screen in there. So next to my computer, which is crazy, but still, I look at the news and here I see this. It's kind of crazy.
Now
They got him. They massively walked him down. Wow, that was a rough one. But anyway, go ahead, Mike. I'm sorry.
yeah, I was just gonna make this point. If you could scroll back up to the top, Brother X. Yeah, so this was so there was 3 autopsies done. SKC has one link in the chat to one autopsy. There was 2 more done. This is the second one. So they ordered an independent autopsy to make sure they had no bias. Both autopsies, minus the one that SKC presented in the chat, say the same thing, that he died from asphyxia. If you go down a little bit further, you'll see in the paragraph, it actually stipulates how he died and everything else. Okay, an independent autopsy conducted by doctors hired by the George Floyd family's legal team found he died from asphyxia due to you're scrolling a little too fast, Brother X.
Oh my bad. Go ahead, you got it.
Yeah, due to sustained forceful pressure. This is what's being presented in the court. What SKC presented is not being presented in the court because it has no grounds.
Isn't that the state coroner report he's referencing?
Yeah,
in the chat. Okay.
Yeah, I think, yeah.
That was the one that was initially conducted like the day after by the state, and that's where they tried to claim it was a combination of health issues and drugs and this and that, and then you had these 2 that said he died from asphyxiation, which was the knee on his neck.
Right, and so what I'm saying here is that's what the link that he's posting and the position that he's posting it from is exactly what I'm talking about. There's this idea that this guy deserved to die. And here's the evidence, right? Here's the evidence to sustain this point. I'm not making this point. I'm speaking in third person because this is how they think. I'm not making this point. This is what the autopsy says. In reality, he didn't bring up the other 2 autopsies. This is what's being presented in court, but they don't want to accept that. And so, again, they're internalizing white male grievance in the state. Right, so they don't want this guy to go to jail. They want black people they want his family to sue the state, but the state already settled out before the case even started. So
They certainly did.
Like I said, this space has brought in this new demographic of people that we've never seen before. New demographic of men who just upholding this sort of white perspective on the manosphere. And it's like, why are you even here if this is the position that you're going to take? Because if you're saying, oh, we as black men, we got to go our own way, we got to do this and we got to do that, why aren't you actually articulating this man's innocence? Because the law states that whether he's in your custody for 5 minutes or for 5 hours, you are responsible as law enforcement for this guy.
Yeah, I mean,
they're saying that, well, he just did what he was told to do. This is how he was trained. Actually, that's not how you were trained. You actually had an NYPD police chief come out and say, we don't train anybody like this. There's nothing in the rule book that you can point out that states this.
And the sad part is, people are trying to demonize, even in this space, him for the drugs in the system. And it's like, so that's where we're going with this now is we're going to demonize, something that we know, an addiction problem that we know that not all, but, it's disproportionately going to affect a lot of black men. That's now going to be weaponized against you in the same way it is in court. So it's go ahead, Nicole.
They use weaponized language, saying he was on drugs, had super strength, he was out of control, This is what they use against black men: super strength, high tolerance to pain, so you can shoot them. Literally, so they had to get. They literally, in the 30s and 40s, would say you had to get bigger weapons for black men because a 38 caliber gun wouldn't stop him. I mean, all this kind of crazy crap because he'll be high on marijuana or he'll be high on cocaine and he'll be out there. Yeah, they came up with all these crazy tropes for black people to use excessive force on you. And these were being used right here once again. And that's just not just for him. That could be me, you, anyone else. That's why I'm saying these guys are not here. They're not about black men or black people or
Black
truly,
progress.
black progress. They're not about that. They're up in here to troll you and sit down and say basically, hey, Negroes, we're powerless. We hate being powerless people. So, we're going to be the good Negroes, as they call themselves, the good Negroes. What is a good Negro? I haven't
Good Negro.
I haven't seen one yet. But anyway, we're the good Negroes, and and we're gonna go against the bad Negroes, and we're gonna, kill all of you. We're gonna side with these guys. I mean, just, just absolute insanity. A- absolute insanity. Absolute insanity at its at its most base level. And I look at it and I say, wow, this is what this thing has devolved to, is a de-evolution, as to what the sphere was supposed to be about and to where these guys are really coming from. It's, like I said, I keep asking these questions. Why are you guys who's supposed to be stone cold conservatives? Why are you not questioning this? How are you letting
Pro-lifers.
the these far righties off the hook? How are you doing this? And you're supposed to be a black conservative? And they don't even understand but I keep saying it because I'm not expounding on what a black conservative is. This is what you're supposed to be. How are you letting this slide? Why are you silent? And then are saying this is what should happen. This is what should happen to black people. They should be getting killed and shot and castigated. Do you understand how that ultimately applies to you as well? You don't think it does? I mean, it's amazing. It's amazing that 2021 here we are, and some of the things I've heard coming out of some of these people in this space, some of these people from that area, in this space, from that side. I don't see any other ethnicity doing this. I don't see any other. I don't see it anywhere else. I don't see it anywhere else.
Some of these same people were defending Kyle Rittenhouse when he shot 2 people in Wisconsin. And they gave coverage. They ran interference for this guy in Georgia who shot up the Asian spas.
Mm.
Oh wait, they did that as well. I missed that one. Wow.
Unreal,
Yeah,
man.
I missed that.
I'm not going to mention any names in here, but they're content creators, man. They had a whole panel defending this guy. They defended the Colorado shooter. You see, this is what they're.
Wait, how did they defend the Colorado shooter?
Because the gun rights. They didn't do a good job articulating it, but what they were trying to do is say, well, you don't need no need for background checks because they did a background check on him, and that didn't stop him. So therefore, no need to be coming to take my guns. So now it becomes less about being a pro-lifer and more being about pro-Second Amendment. So that's the new position that they're taking, is somehow the Biden administration is going to come take their guns. In reality, this is not true, right? And so they have to fearmonger in order to justify the position they can take on the right, because they can never have that position on the left.
Yeah. Well, people said the same thing about Obama too. He didn't take anybody's goddamn guns. Shout out to Doc Phoenix. He says people with chronic health issues are normally stable. They only become unstable unless under some sort of distress. And I think having a 200-pound man's knee on your neck would be indicative of stress. Am I wrong here, Doc Phoenix? Shout out to Doc Phoenix, man. When you coming back on here, Doc? So there's that. All right. But no one, as far as the George Floyd case goes, right? No one can deny what we saw. All right. It can't be denied. You can say the man was high. You can say the man was on meth. He was on crack. He had superhuman, incredible Hulk-like strength. You can say all that bullshit, but you cannot look at that fucking video and say what you saw was right, was just, or any of that shit. Or is it justified? All right. And I'm one of those people who jump on people when they come on my damn channel talking about who didn't deserve to die for X, Y, and Z. Because I will quickly pull up pictures of 5 and 6 and 7-year-old babies who were shot by Negroes. But what I saw on that film, what I saw, there's no fucking way that we can justify what we saw. We wouldn't be able to justify it if that man hadn't died. You understand? If he hadn't died, it wouldn't have been justified. But go ahead.
There's a difference, X, between state-sanctioned violence and intercultural violence, right? Intercultural violence are based on proximity. So if Black people live in a predominantly Black area, then you're bound to see incidents happening between Black people. But when you have the state, law enforcement unjustly doing these type of things, then that is going to be a position that people should take, that the state should not have this much power to determine, your place in court in the street, right? But by execution. But when people get into the cultural warrior aspect and they say, well, Black people kill each other all the time, that's different than the state-sanctioned violence, man. That's why when the Chinese came to Alaska, they came to Anchorage, that was on the agenda. George Floyd and Black men being killed unjustly was on the agenda. They threw it at Anthony Blinken. But see, these guys don't cover politics like that. They don't follow policy or anything like that. If they knew that the Chinese were speaking out against this type of stuff, they would understand that's why they met in Anchorage, because it was a distance point. The length of time, the mileage distance between Washington, D.C. and Anchorage was the same between Beijing and Anchorage too. That's why they met at that central point. But they had that discussion that was on the Chinese minister's agenda. You can't talk about human rights violations in China when you unjustly kill Black men in the street through law enforcement. Who are you to talk to us like this? Don't talk to us like this. That's what they told him. But see, these guys, yeah.
Even Russia, Mike, tell me. Even Russia said the same. The Russians said the same thing. Go ahead, Mike. Go ahead.
Putin said the same thing. Putin said the same thing. We didn't enslave African Americans. You did. Yeah. You have no right to talk about us.
Yeah, the United States is not in a damn position to be telling other people about human rights, man. They're just not in that position to be telling other countries about them violating people's rights like that. Mm-hmm. Well, that's just callous. That's just callousness at that point.
Yeah, but you got Negroes in this space who are basically saying Tamir Rice got what he deserved because he was born to a single mother. Crazy, absurd.
No, I had an ex-friend who was not a friend of mine anymore from Cleveland, and he started talking that stuff. I had to get rid of him. I said, I can't be associated with you anymore. I just can't. Sharp guy. He's a pharmacist and all. Good guy.
Can't be associated with you anymore.
No. I can't. No, man. People who think it this way, because at the end of the day, I know you. Ultimately, at the end of the day, you cannot be my friend saying this, because that means you don't have my back. You cannot have my back. Looking at other people and thinking that you can just, you can have people torn out the frame, kids, and saying that he should have been shot. And I was like, what? And then the guy walking down the street in his own neighborhood who got jumped by a bunch of crazy savages and shot him. He thought that guy deserved it. I said, well, why? Because he went to the same house that 41 other people went into. And then and there's videotape of all these 41 other people going in there. But yet this guy gets singled out and gets hunted down and shot. Those guys end up going to jail for who did that. But at the end of the day, he was siding with these people. I can't be friends with you. You're not my people, man. You're an alien. You're something that I can't have around me. I can't have that around me. You can't be around me, man. No, man.
Yeah,
Anyway,
well, I
so
think that shit is crazy too. And shout out to Lady Mayat for the $20 super chat. She says, "Open your mind," or did she mean open your minds? Appreciate that $20 cash app. Yeah, because I know when I first started, right back when I first started in media, in radio and shit like that. That's all we covered, man. That's all we covered was police brutality cases. I mean, we covered them all, especially the ones in New York City. And I know you know about Kamani Gray, brother Nagone. Of course, you know about
yeah,
Eric Garner. You know about
also
Ramali Graham in Queens. I mean, we covered all those cases. We were at those rallies.
Amadou.
TPOT was at though. Yep, Amadou Diallo, Sean Bell. I mean, we were at those rallies, man. We were there. You hear me? We were there, taping, talking to people during those rallies, during those marches. If you look back in the beginning of the TPOT YouTube page, you will see footage from the Kamani Gray rally, the Ramali Graham rally. You will see footage from the Eric Garner rally. You will see that shit in my catalog if you go back far enough, because TPOT was there. So that's because in the beginning, that's all we did is cover police brutality cases. That's all we did. We branched out and do other shit now. We've been doing this for like 5 years now. But I mean, in the beginning, that's all we did, man, was cover police brutality cases. So, I mean, I got quite a bit of those stories, man, in the beginning of, the whole TPOT page thing. Even back when we was on Facebook, when we were putting videos up on Facebook back in the day, they were all about police brutality. So when I see these cases now, I look at them because I thought it would be a time where I wouldn't still be talking about this stuff. I thought it would be a time where cops wouldn't be able to just callously get away with killing folks. I thought it would be a time when, if they did kill somebody, they were like arrested like the next day, that type of shit. But here we are, man. Here we are. So I don't know, man. This is crazy, man. I
my
can't
mother
believe I'm
said when
still
she was,
seeing the same shit. Go ahead, brother.
oh,
Nicole.
you don't think my mother sitting there now, now may she rest in peace. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful lady, 93 years of age. I certainly wish I could maybe live as long as she did and have the life that she had. But when she passed, boy, that was a rough one. That was a rough one. That was a rough one, man. But anyway, she said, I remember when you had Tamir Rice and these guys going on. My mother said, you know something? 80 years ago, when I was a kid, just a teen, just before I even hit my full teens, this was going on, and I would have never thought 80 years ago that we're still here in the 80 years now into the future. That from that time till now, that we're still dealing with the same crap.
Mhm.
My mother said this.
Yeah,
My mother said this. She
it's
was close to
crazy.
100. But here she was talking about when she was a kid, a stereo running around saying that was going on then, and here we are still on the same game. You know,
Mhm.
generations have passed. Generations have passed. Same game. So, I don't know. I
Here
don't know
we
what to
are,
make that.
man. Well, we've been joined by my brother, the one and only Art Nostyle. What's good, brother Art? Is he there? Brother Art?
Start there. I saw him come on.
Yeah. He's muted.
He's
You're
there.
muted, brother Art.
He just muted and
Okay.
unmuted. So he looks like he's there, maybe trying to connect.
Yeah, he's probably having technical difficulties in the control room. It happens, man. It's the StreamYard's control room is a bitch sometimes. Yep, there it is. Told you. Told you the StreamYard's control room, boy. It's it's very fickle and unpredictable at times. But yeah, man. I mean, I thought it would become a time, and maybe I was just dreaming at the time. Because, like I said, we covered a lot of this crap, man. We covered a lot of police brutality cases. I thought it would. I thought it would lessen. I never thought it would be totally eliminated. Now I knew better than that, where no more Negroes would be getting killed by the police. I knew better than that, but I thought it would have subsided a bit. I thought some awareness would come about, and there would be things in place that would be somewhat of a deterrent for these crazy cops. And I don't mean cameras and body cams and shit, because I'm a true believer that cameras don't control crazy cops, because most of the time when we see them killing folks, we usually see them killing folks on their own cameras via the body cam or the dash cam. So I never believed that cameras would stop cops from killing folks. I thought deterrence, like being arrested or sued or whatever, would kind of reel it in a bit. I didn't think it would be eliminated, but
Now,
here we are in 2021 and we're still seeing the same shit.
I did have a quick question for you, X. I know you said you used to live in New York and now you live in North Carolina. I
Yeah.
don't know if you have any insight there, but do you see like North Carolina as same sorts of issues with police, or not as many issues, or with black folks, or kind of just the same, just on a smaller scale because it's less people?
Well, actually, since I've been down here, quite a few people have been killed by the police in this city. Jonathan Farrell, Janisha Fonville, Chief Lamont Scott, who else? The brother who just got killed last year down on 7-Eleven. I can't even remember his name. So you have those issues here as well, right? You have those issues here. I covered those cases too. I spoke with the parents of Janisha Fonville, and she was a female. I was at the Jonathan Farrell rally. All right. So, that was back when I was still on radio. So we were still covering this stuff. And the cops who, for instance, the cop who killed Janisha Fonville, let's start there. This cop had already shot 2 people. He had killed one before and shot another. So she was his 3rd shooting victim and his 2nd fatality. He was not arrested. The cop that shot Jonathan Farrell was arrested, went to trial. It was a mistrial. They decided not to try him again. The cop who shot Mr. Scott, they said it was a brother. They put it on him, but from the film and the videotape, it just looked like impossible that brother shot him. So what they did is they just kind of shuffled him. I think they shuffled him to another part of the city or whatever, and that case just went away too. The brother who just got shot recently, that cop has not been charged, and I don't think they will be. So I mean, every city, especially if there's if there's a great amount All right. If black people are the primary residents of a particular city, there's always going to be some type of problems with the police. We know that. Right, wrong, good, bad, or indifferent, we know that that's going to be the case. If you got a city that's full of primarily black folks, some black folks going to end up getting shot by the police. That's just what it is. All right, that's just what it is. So I can't say that it's different here. I can say that it's not as prolific. And one thing about this city I can say is that they have taken steps to try to reel it in, because I've talked to some, I've spoken with some of the policemen and the police brass, and through my radio station when I was on radio and stuff like that. And it seems like they're trying to straighten up. Not saying that they have, but they are trying. So I will give them that credit. In a place like New York, and Brother Nagone knows this, that, out there, they ain't even trying, man. They ain't even trying. They'll shoot your ass dead, and that'll be that, and make up some bullshit. And even if it's on camera, they'll tell you, don't believe your damn lying eyes. So that's where I'm at as far as, being down south and being in New York. To be honest, I think up north, they're probably a little more prejudice and bias, I would say, in a sense.
Well, let's just say in New York, they did this past law here in the city. You cops are financially now liable, man. They get caught out here tearing somebody out the frame, and they get caught, and judgment goes against them. Not only can these guys get prosecuted, but they can get hit financially as well. So
Yeah, well,
NYPD is on notice. Believe me. Things
well,
are starting to change.
my nickname for NYPD used to be Numerous Young People Dead. I actually made a video about that many years ago. NYPD, Numerous Young People Dead. That was back when they killed Kamani Gray and Ramali Graham and all those people they killed back then. I was really in their ass, boy. I was in their ass, boy. They hated me, boy. They knew who I was too. I would go out when I went to New York City. They would be fucking with me, boy. But yeah, what I'll say is this, though, that I'm gonna throw it to my man, brother Art. What I'll say is this: I have seen more bigotry, discrimination, and racism up north than I've seen since I've been down south. Now I know people will listen to that and be like, "What the hell is X talking about?" But it's true. It's true. Since I've been in the house, since I've been living down south, I've never seen a cross burning on anyone's lawn. I've never seen anybody hung. I've never seen most of the shit that I seen in New York. The first place I ever seen a cross burn on someone's lawn? It was in New York. I haven't seen that down here.
Well, you're not going to see that. That's died down, but it's because I'm from the South as well. It's from what I've seen, it's just more direct in the sense of they kind of just let you know.
Yeah. It's I can say this: being in New York all my life, seeing all the shit that I saw when I was there. All right, it made me a lot more weary of coming down south. It made me weird. I was very weary about it because of all the stuff I had seen and lived through in New York. It made me very, very, I was very aware. I was, on a swivel when I first came down here, because I was expecting to see a heightened bit of freaking bigotry and discrimination when I got down here. But I was surprised because I didn't see it on the level that I saw it when I was in New York. Now, granted, when I was living in New York last, I wasn't living in like New York City or anything like that. I was living in Hudson Valley, upstate. Now, upstate New York is probably one of the most prejudiced, bigoted freaking places you could imagine. Trust me. There's towns up there where you won't see nothing. There's nothing black there but tires. Okay? There's plenty of that upstate. I know.
Yeah,
I was up there for a lot of years. They got towns that, man, I have went through towns, man, and stopped at a gas station. And you know how you will see a brother walking down the road, or you go into the supermarket and a brother may working there or something. Man, absolutely. The only black thing in that town is me and tires.
nah,
And
I've heard that
that's
same
New
thing.
York. That's New
Yeah,
York.
I had a friend in college who said that same thing about upstate New York. He said, "Yeah,
Yeah, upstate New York is let me tell you, boy, good old progressive New York is good old prejudice and racist and discriminatory as a motherfucker when you start to get up in them fucking mountains of New York. Trust me, I lived there for quite a few years and don't miss it. But we've been joined by my brother Art. Brother Art, what's good with it, man?
Oh, not much. Can y'all hear me now?
Yep, yep.
Oh,
What's
cool.
good, man? What you got?
Yeah, man.
You
Do
get
the bang, amigo. Do the bang.
esto bem. Já terminei comiendo.
Not bone.
Yeah, I just finished eating. I was eating while y'all were talking.
Prefiro
So,
falar.
como?
I done told you.
Prefiro falar em agora.
I done told y'all about speaking that Portuguese on my shit, man.
I said I first speak English right now, man, because I know folks are gonna get tired.
Yeah, yeah. I was tripping though, you guys. Well, not tripping. I'm tripping on. Well, yeah. I'm just like, what the hell? I know we say this a lot, but I'm thinking about like, like the Chinese, hell, Latinos, Arabs. Whenever something bad happens to them, you don't find too many of them being the self-appointed Johnny Cochran to plead the opposite side's case. We got it like real bad. And that has to be explored. Like, where is this coming from? Because we heard that it's happened in the slavery days, but people are trying to avoid, oh, if you talk about slavery, you're defeatist or there's victim mentality. But I'm like, it still has remnants of the whole Willie Lynch thing. It still has that flavor of, okay, I'm just going to go ahead and ride with the other side instead of my own people. Matter of fact, I'm going harder than white people. They never tell you like why they do this. They try to make justification as far as I'm on the side of right, and justice has no color, all this kind of stuff. And I'm like, it's like the Twilight Zone. I had to show a white friend a few times the stuff that they say on some of these panels, and they're like, "You sure he's black?" And I'm like,
Ah,
I said, "Yeah." He said, "Let me listen to him again."
brother Art, I was telling the brothers today that I was talking to one of my people and shit today. And we was talking about this stuff. We was talking about, conservatives and Republicans and Democrats and liberals and all that shit, And my man was like, he said X, he said these black conservatives, man, they just don't like black people. I was like,
Yeah, they made fun
I
of
was like,
them
are
on
you
with
sure?
Bernie
Are
Mac.
you
Remember Bernie Mac and that don't be a menace by drinking your juice in the hood.
Yeah, yeah.
That was a shot at black conservatives.
Wow.
That was a shot at
Wow.
there. They said I hate my gums because they black. That you know
I
or something
don't
like that.
I don't necessarily believe that though. I don't think they hate. I don't believe they hate black people. What I believe they do hate though, because I'm familiar with some of them. I'm cool with some of them. They've been on my channel. I've had many conservatives come on here and Republicans and everything else. And I don't think they hate black people. What I think they hate is some of the dysfunction that's associated with black people. I think they hate that. I don't think they hate black people. I don't believe, well, some of them probably do. I can't say that. Let me take that back. Some of them probably do. All right. But I don't think I could paint them with a broad brush and say, all black conservatives just hate black people. I don't believe
No,
that.
no, no, no. Actually, I think you may be mistaken something. Black conservative and conservative is different.
Okay. Okay.
Right. So the conservative position they take does force them to have a disdain for black people, whereas a black conservative wants the best interest of black people separate from that of the government itself and the preservation of people by by bootstrap politics, right? So
Would you call them brinos?
I don't know what you can call them, man, because I don't think they're in this space, but
There's black Republican in name only.
well,
Brino.
Republican conservative will be a little bit different because you can be a black conservative, not vote Republican at all. Look at Colin Powell, right? He was a black conservative who voted Democrat for Biden, right? And he voted for Obama. And so
most of the far right claim both, though, don't they?
Excuse me.
Most of the far right claim both of them, right? Conservative and Republican. Yeah,
because that's the only party that they can go to, right? They can't really be a staunch down far right conservative in the Democratic Party. It doesn't really work. And so I think to X's point, I think black conservatives are not the problem, but the black people who go conservative are the problem, right? They're the big issue here, and I think that's what you see in this space is the conservative, quote unquote, takes on white male grievances, while the black conservative is more along the lines of the NOI.
Well, you said they're not really conservatives anyway, right? That's what you said, Brother Mike. Be like, oh, they're not conservative. They're not conservatives.
No, they're liberals. They're really liberals. They're really liberals. They're just culturally they're appropriating conservative ideals, but they can never really articulate what those principles are. So that's why they're not really conservatives.
Yeah, because I'm with X. I ran into a lot of good, a lot of good black conservatives and black Republicans.
Yeah, I know them. I mean, I'm under contract with some of these guys. Some of these guys I've known for 25 years. They've always been Republicans and conservatives, even before Trump and all this other shit. But go ahead,
one thing I would say, because I said on one of my panels, you know how Reagan says never speak ill about another Republican or whatever he said. It's a shame they don't have that kind of saying for their own brother or their own people. But they rather do it for a stranger that don't even care about them. They know they don't care about them. All of us here, we talk to black Republicans behind the scenes. They get hell in that party. They don't get respected a lot in that party. But for some reason they're trying to hold on to an ideal or something. I don't know. But it's like, okay, well, the stuff that you're really trying to push, why don't you do it from a black person's lens instead of your oppressor's lens?
Because conservative politics don't allow for identity politics. Black is an identity. They don't allow for that over there. That's why you don't see them talking about black people's plight on that side. They only come over here and talk about it because they think that we're all on the left and that we all support, rainbow flags and these other extreme elements within the leftist ideals. But in reality, they have no voice on that side of the fence. Art and X, they're very frustrated because the left has basically been occupied, by everyone else, and the right doesn't allow you to have a voice that would actually reflect your grief as a black man, because they benefit off of your grief. They like the idea that you can't get a job and you don't get equal pay as them. They like that.
So they think we just a bunch of hoteps. They think we're a bunch of hoteps, and
I'm doing that. Yeah, I gotta address that. I mean that on the panel. So I'm gonna talk about the misuse of the word pro-black. I'm definitely gonna go in with that and have some people on there. So it's gonna be very informative. I'm going into the history, symbolism, meaning, and how it's been changed too.
Well, when we talk about pro-black, and I say this a lot, I think a lot of us are more pro-black than we're willing to admit. And likewise, I think a lot of us are a lot less pro-black than we really know. When you say pro-black, that's it's touchy because there's like 75 different ways to define it. But I look at some people, and I look at their material and I listen to their talking points, and a lot of their talking points are very, black oriented, and they're not under the umbrella of pro black per se, but the things they do and the stuff they talk about is. Then on the other side of that, you have people who talk pro blackness, but when you look at some of the shit they do and how they treat people, the people who are mainly black, it's like, how can this person wear this moniker of pro blackness, but they're always doing this kind of shit to other black people? So it's a touchy label, man, to give to people. And I
Yeah.
think both of those, I think both of those, I think both of those categories make it even more a little more touchy, because I say again, some of us are probably more pro black than we understand, and a lot of us are less pro black than we're willing to admit. But go ahead.
I could have sworn if you're in black spaces exclusively, even if you spewing white talking points, isn't that kind of pro black too? For you to have to be exclusively around black people?
Well, that's the thing, Art. They're trying to get away from the identity politics. That's their problem. They don't understand that the right plays identity politics all the way. That's what this voter disenfranchisement is about in Georgia and these 26 other states.
Yeah.
That's what they
Yeah,
perceive. That's what they perceive the issue to be, is identity politics. We need to get away from all of that stuff. I'm talking about the jive turkey, all that stuff about. So that's their position. Like you see it in the chat right now. You say Democrats want to keep black people ignorant. How can you say something like that? Where is the sufficient evidence to support that? It doesn't make any sense. You just had, a runoff in Georgia where it got the first black man elected to Senate. Like, how can you say something like that? Where's the ignorance in this brother? He graduated from HBCU. He doesn't get any more pro-black than that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I hope people take notes I think I'm gonna do that live next week.
Mm-hmm.
So people need to get ready and get their feelings hurt.
Incredible.
Your mic is breaking up, Nagone.
Oh, I'm sorry. No. Go ahead, Art. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, look at this comment. Yeah, look at this comment in the chat. It says, "Well, they were the former slaveholders." Let me paint this picture for you guys real quick. X is from New York. Nagone's from New York. Do you think that the Brooklyn Dodgers is the same as the LA Dodgers today? It's two different franchises, right? The Brooklyn Dodgers is a different franchise than the LA Dodgers, of today. And these guys don't understand that the Democratic Party of then is not the Democratic Party of today. Those parties switched. That was a whole thing that happened in the 1960s, which was the Southern strategy. Democrats people who were Democrats in the 60s were now Republicans today, and black people who were Republicans back then were Democrats today. But that point does not really resonate with some people. They think that the branding of the party is the same as it was in 1870 or 1865 as it is today in 2021. It's not the same.
So what's the greatest hits? Lincoln freed the slaves. Martin Luther King was a Republican too.
He said the greatest hits.
Yeah, they come up with all these different things like we don't read.
Greatest hits.
Biden was a Dixiecrat. I'm like, okay. So that just changed the whole Jesse Helms thing and the Strong Thurmond thing, right?
Yeah. I'm pretty sure the St. Louis Chargers are not the same as the LA Chargers, man. Or the Rams, I mean. Sorry. It's not the same franchise.
Exactly. The Republican Party's not the same. The minute they adopted the Southern strategy as a part of their real platform, it was no longer the party of Lincoln.
Yeah.
No longer the party of Lincoln.
That's why they had the 1776 project.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Mike. Exactly right.
Well, this stuff is never going to be settled. I think we're at a point now, we're at a point in history now where division is the norm. So there's always going to be some type of division, whether it be cultural division, socioeconomic division, or political division. I mean, division is the norm. And it's the norm with us. It's the norm with us black folks as well. So I just hope that people be able to understand and give space, if not credence, to what other people think. I mean, I've always given people their space. If I disagree with them that much, I'll just give them their space. That's my way of showing them respect. What I think often happens though, when it comes to especially media, everything's real time, everything's right now. I think it gives way to people to kind of encroach on others, as opposed to giving them space. What they do is encroach. They impede on other people's space. They find themselves heading towards the people that they know they staunchly disagree with, to taunt them and that kind of crap. I mean, that's where I think the problems happen.
Around here? Wow, I'm surprised.
I don't think it's a problem us disagreeing. I mean, because we're gonna disagree. I got business partners that I disagree like a motherfucker with them on politics, but we agree on that money. I mean, it's nothing for men to disagree. I think like I said, I think the problems start when you start to encroach and impede on people who you staunchly disagree with, and you have many, many different things that you disagree about. It's not like you have this one thing you disagree about. You disagree about socioeconomics. You disagree about politics. You disagree about culture. So y'all have deep disagreements. So the last thing y'all should be doing is freaking encroaching on each other, unless you're encroaching right here on the TPOT YouTube page for a debate. Other than that, you shouldn't be encroaching on each other's space. But go ahead, man.
Yeah, but we have to correct the record every time they speak, right? When they speak, these false narratives and things like that, and they try to take you down a rabbit hole. We have to be the ones to correct that, because if it's not corrected, then it gets spread. Disinformation, misinformation. That stuff is banned on YouTube according to their policies of recent. And so you're not allowed to go onto someone's panel and spout this type of information without citing your sources and us verifying the information. I mean, that's been a big problem the last 9 months in this space, is that a lot of these people will say, oh, the Democratic Party held slaves. Well, that's an easy comment to make, and it sounds real good to people who are ignorant. But if you know your history, that's going to get challenged. And so we have to have people who are not going to be able to get on panels and have a debate when we're not equal knowledge-wise and fact-wise.
Yeah, I can get that. I can understand that. Go ahead, brother.
Well, a lot of these guys are not about the facts. They're not about. They're about the culture war. They're not about facts. They're not about that.
Yeah, look at this comment in the chat, right from the Hood Server. He says, "Liberals had the mic for years, and look what they did to the community." You see what I'm saying? Like
the lens. It's that lens. That's the crisscrosser down there. He's a professional crisscrosser. Shout out to Hood Servative. But for those who don't know crisscross, that means you mix your facts up. You try to connect to something else that had nothing to do with the conversation. It's crisscross. But so if y'all can have it if y'all want to use it. Crisscross. But you can even do an echo with it. I might do an echo myself with that. But the fun part about not fun, but I just have to ask just in general. Okay. Yeah, fun is when they sit there and say, hey, that's why you down with the gay movement and Black Lives Matter and you with the feminism and all that. Do you feel it's worth even saying, hey, that's not true, let's move on? Or would you just ignore it?
Me personally?
Well, anytime you're getting accused, because that's what they usually do. They accuse you of being part of these movements. They accuse you of, wow, she ate all the fries like that. Um, so what will say? Comida to, yeah, she ate all my French fries, y'all. Um, anyhow, they accuse you of all these different things, which they know, deep down inside, they know it's not true. So would you just let that ride, or would you say, hey, I mean, I hear MOT kind of shut it down sometimes, but it's like, is it important to say, hey man, you lying, or that's not true, but let's move on, or is it best to ignore and don't
Well,
address
I'm
it?
I'm of the belief that if you attack me personally, at least be telling the truth. Um,
Right.
yeah, if you're gonna attack me, at least be accurate. If you're gonna criticize me, at least be accurate and tell the truth. The criticism has more bearing if it's truth. All right. The attack has more bearing if it's truth. If you're telling me that I follow something that I know I do not, of course, in real time, I'm going to say, I don't know what the hell you're talking about. You're talking insane. But if you're saying something on a collective basis, for instance, if someone says, "Oh well, all the dudes that was on X's panel the other night, they were dissing all Republicans." Now they say something like that, I probably wouldn't even address that shit because that shit just a flat out lie told on a collective of people, and any one of us could debunk it easily by just simply playing the tape. So it all depends on what they're saying and how they're saying it, whether or not they're saying it to me directly, or whether it's something that's just a lie that anyone would tell. Just like people have accused me of being a coon. They've accused me of being a leftist. I've been accused of being a conservative. It's like I've been accused of being so many things. So if someone, oh man, X is a leftist, man, I wouldn't even address that shit. Or X is a coon, wouldn't
Yeah,
address that either.
because I
Because some things aren't worth it, man. I guess it all depends on who you are and what you think of whatever's being said to you. you
Yeah,
know.
because I had
So,
to, I had to put a stop to some people that when I had conversations about, oh, that's the problem with you liberals. I'm like, what you mean you liberals? What you talking about?
Yeah, see,
I have to.
that's the default response. See, that's the culture warrior aspect coming out, is that they have a problem with liberals, but they don't even understand what they don't understand that a black a conservative in this country is a classic liberal. America is a liberal experiment. It's the only there's nothing like it anywhere else. Even Britain is nothing
It
like this.
totally,
They're
like, totally confuses these guys when you say that
Mhm.
because they don't have any context or any historical context to even know what you're talking about. These guys do not understand what you're even saying. I don't believe, even though they trolling and they're and they got the culture war going, they do not understand where you're coming from. They do not understand what you're talking about. That's the
'Cause
thing that bothers me. These guys do not have a clue as to what any of this stuff really means.
none whatsoever.
Very,
That's
very disturbing. Have
look
nothing
look
to
at
do with
yeah, look at this comment in the chat from David. Right, I remember hearing BGS said on your panel art that black men should support BLM because it's our best options to achieve goals for black men. Right.
Hmm.
So BGS was saying as a pragmatic strategy, leverage the bulwark of the movement to get your agenda across, not
Hmm.
join BLM for the sake of waving rainbow flags. But see,
Right.
they don't take that. They don't take the pragmatic information. They hear BLM, left, liberal, socialism, communism, Marxism, and they just go nuts. And so when you ask what are you going to do on your side, then you went and got MAGA hats and you was out there and MAGA Nation and this and that. Okay, so what y'all gonna do over there? Nothing. All right, man. So
I'm
if you're
still
not
trying
gonna
to
do
find out.
anything, okay.
I'm still trying to find out what did Trump do to feminism yet. He had 4 years, so what did he do to feminism?
They can't name a thing about what Trump has done. So they say, "Whoa, I don't agree with corporate welfare." Well, your guy was a big corporate welfare person, man. He's a big corporate welfare president, right? The carrier deal took public dollars in Indiana, gave it to the carrier to keep the jobs in Indiana, and then a year or 2 years later, the company split and went to Mexico. It went to Mexico and took all the money from Indiana, left Indiana high and dry. Same thing with the Foxconn deal in Michigan. Trump gave a lot of money to a lot of these companies to go open up their businesses in these flyover states. Nothing came out of those deals. Most of those companies never finished the completion of the buildings. They took the money and split. But see, these guys don't ever say anything about that. They'll tell you to go. That the reason why they support him is for conservative values, not understanding that Trump was never a conservative, bro.
And he's coming back.
Never.
That's what tripped me out. I'm like, he gonna make a comeback.
This is the whole thing. The hardcore conservatives didn't support Trump. These are the people that went against him. And then they try to say, stop the steal. These were the guys that voted against the man. They did not believe that. They knew Trump wasn't a conservative, never thought he was. And Trump showed his colors. At the end, he showed exactly what he was. I mean, but when you talk to, if you talk, you're not talking to real ideologues. You're talking to guys who are jumping onto a populist message, who really were Hillary supporters, man. 3 years before that, 3 years before.
He said they were Hillary supporters.
He said it. He said it on Art's panel, Brother X. He said it on Brother Art's panel. He said in 2015, I was a liberal.
Wow. Yeah. The insurrectionist guy that comes on in this space, he said the same thing.
Well, no one.
The Capitol, X. He stormed the Capitol.
Yeah. Well, they had to know. I mean, because I knew. All right. I knew that Trump would divide the party. I mean, I knew he would divide the party. I called it, and I had a lot of people who was wanting to bet me $1,000 that Trump was gonna win again. I wish I had bet him, because I'd have ran all y'all damn pockets. I would have ran your pockets, Negroes. And I saw him dividing the party, cause not to toot my own horn, but I called this shit, y'all, back in 2016. All right. Back in 2016, I called this shit, man. I called this shit. I said, Trump is going to serve one term. He's not going to do none of this shit that everybody's saying he's going to do. I said he's not going to get rid of the Affordable Health Care Act. I called that. I called it all.
He didn't even know what the ACA was. He just called it Obamacare. And so when it was time to replace and repeal, Obamacare, he never had a solution to it because it was all hot air. And so did the Republicans, right? The Republicans had 8 years to do it. They had since 2009 to replace and repeal Obamacare. 2016 came, still no strategy. Trump comes into office grifting off of the idea that he was going to replace and repeal Obamacare. He did nothing. He never even read the paperwork because he had no intention on actually doing it. They never had a solution to any of this type of stuff. And these guys in this space basically said it's socialized medicine without understanding that your constitutional rights under the 14th Amendment says that you need to have your humanitarian rights protected, and that includes affordable health care. But these guys don't understand that, because George Floyd actually would have had preventative health care had you had an ACA in the first place. But your Republican buddy shut it all down. So what can you do?
Brother Mike V, I called it, man. You see that? Are y'all seeing that, right? Trump, the great white hoax, January 16th. That was before he was inaugurated. 2017. I called it, folks. I called it. I called it all.
Have gotten fooled into thinking he's going to do something different from any other president. He's not. Everyone is in for a shock.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say.
Office, especially the biggest. He mainly fooled their cowardly asses into thinking that he is going to turn America white again, put black people in concentration camps, and send all Hispanics back to their native countries. He's not. Will some people's lives change under Trump? Of course they will. But some people's lives changed under Obama. They got worse. More people broke, more people homeless, more people jobless, more people shot dead in the street. That's just a fact. Trump has fooled people into thinking that America could somehow become more racist than it already is. You even have black ass people pimping the fear and telling other black people how Trump is going to end entitlements and make poor people get jobs. He's not. Don't people know rich people need people to be poor? There's never going to be a world where only a few people in this country are living in poverty, especially in the black parts of the world. Too many babies born out of wedlock for that. That's where most of black poverty comes from anyway. Like Trump is going to come in and change that. He's not. Nothing's
I
going to
think
change
I've
for black
I
folks.
think I've shown enough. I've shown enough. I called it back then. I knew that Trump wasn't gonna do none of the shit that everybody was saying he was gonna do, man. Back then in 2017, none of that shit he was gonna do. He's not.
I was
He's
still trying to get over the
not.
shock. I was
He's
shocked. man.
not.
I was really shocked. I'm like, wow.
You know, I knew Trump was going to come into office and not do shit that everybody was saying he was going to do. He was supposed to clean up Chicago. He's supposed to build the wall. He's supposed to do all this shit. Man, he didn't do none of that shit.
And when the pandemic,
None of
when
it.
the pandemic hit, it got even worse. It got worse than anybody would have ever believed. I knew it was going to be bad, but I didn't think it was going to be this bad.
Yeah, he grifted his way into office. That's what these guys who support him in this space don't understand. He never lived up to any of his initiatives, none of his agendas. He got nothing done. He brought nothing to the table. Six different Pentagon officials in 4 years, unheard of, but in any presidency. Completely unstable, unhinged, disconnected from the environment. And you have guys in this space aligning themselves with this. He's on the phone calling the Georgia GOP saying, hey, stop them black people from voting down there. You can do something about that. Actually,
So
we're not going to.
I'm looking ahead. What's his game plan? 2024.
Who, Donald Trump?
Yeah.
As my brother to the right here often says, I believe that Trump is highly finished in politics.
Because the reason why I'm asking is because I shared a article with some of the brothers here about him starting his own social media, and I think a lot of those people are going to leave Zuckerberg and all those people just to be on his social media, and that might be more indoctrination for the next 3.5 years.
No, they won't do that. All right, they won't do that. They're liberals to the core. They're not going to do it.
Because aren't a lot of Trump supporters using Facebook too?
They use Facebook. They don't write the code. So
I'm talking about using, the ones that got the channels and whatever they're doing, pages.
Oh man, they can follow him to Parler and these other places. Doesn't mean anything. Doesn't mean
it's going to
anything.
because what I'm looking at, everything he's putting out is going to be uncensored.
Not 100%, not 100%, because he'll go through a liability issue. Plus, he has to pay for it, right? What keeps Google and Facebook alive is the ad dollars, the ad revenue. Make billions of dollars off of that. Nobody is going to align themselves with those people over there if they think that everything they're doing is nefarious. They don't want their advertisements even on YouTube being aligned and shown on Black Manosphere content. That's already been, the apocalypse came a couple years ago, right?
Now, didn't he get elected by social media?
What do you mean?
Well, when he was running his platforms and spewing all the, the promises and being what did he say? He got tired of being PC and all that. Wasn't those themes a lot on like Facebook and what's the other one?
He used social media for outreach,
Twitter.
and he used social media for outreach, but that's not necessarily a derivative of what's happening on the ground.
So I'm just saying, keep an eye out on that, because I think that's probably where he's going to be investing his dollars.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he has to invest his money over there. Yeah, it's not that expensive, art, to create a social media app. To be honest with you, you can pay $150 an hour for the next 32 hours of labor to get a social media app up and going. Not that difficult. Anybody can write the code for them.
Because I don't have all the pieces of the puzzle, but for Lindsey Graham and what's the other dude's name, McConnell, and all them talking about, well, we'll support him in the future and blah blah blah. He got something in his pocket. I just don't know what it is.
Yeah, what's in his pocket, brother Art, is he's gonna have the ability to fool everybody into thinking that he's gonna run again, and he's not. He's not, man.
He's a kingmaker. He's gonna make sure that his daughter is already running. Lara Trump is already running.
Yeah, he might get behind someone else, but I don't think he's gonna run again, man.
So he's gonna gather all those people and all those followings and endorse someone.
Yeah, that's what I think. I think he's gonna get behind someone else. I don't think he's gonna run.
No, his sons and daughters are running in 2022. Yeah, he's getting behind him. But he already told Brian Kemp he's gonna bury him in 2022 for not following up on the election. The ballots yeah, he's gonna go in there and torpedo his operation in 2022 when he goes for re-election against Stacey Abrams, and then that Stacey Abrams would basically just come sweeping right in. She has the support now. Well, see, let me go to the chat real quick. It says from Infantry Skills, it says, at Mike V, your white daddy had 500 years to help Black men, and you're still waiting on him to do so. No amount of shaming or begging will get him to fix any problems we have. It's up to us to do it, you victim, right? But see, he doesn't talk about the stimulus package that just got passed for Black farmers with all the billions of dollars that's involved in that Black farmers are going to benefit from. See, it sounds good to say, screw the government, let's do it for ourselves. But how do you scale that out across millions of people, millions of Black men? How are you going to scale that out?
They've never thought through this. They don't think through any of this stuff. But then again, they don't know about the Black Farmers bill. They don't know about the bill for black male development, for actually Black men and for Black boys. They don't know about these bills that have been passed and that are part of the stimulus, or part of what they call the stimulus. I call this disaster recovery, but they don't know about any of this type of stuff. They have no idea.
Only government works at scale. Only government works at scale. I know people like to hold on to Black Wall Street and say, "Oh, Black men did it back then." That's a different time, different sort of economy back then. It was pre or just post slavery. You can do something like that back then because you're global. You didn't have a global economic system like you have today.
Today, you guys, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Now I was going to say, in order for you to have any sort of initiative scale rapidly like that is through government. Everybody else uses government. Lockheed Martin, Boeing especially, they suck on the tit of the government all day long, right? These guys don't have a problem with that. But when it comes to Black men, they force you to jump through a ring of fire and climb up and walk on hot coals and jump over picket fences to prove how masculine you are in your current state. They just look stupid when they talk because there's no sort of examples that you can point out that shows that Black men doing something on their own scaled towards millions of other Black people and has made it work, without the support of the government. Unheard of.
Yeah, it's crazy. I sit here and look at Scarsdale Town, Scarsdale Township here. Look at the high school. High school looks like, I don't know, something out of a 22nd century, high tech institution. It's crazy. But then I started to find out about all the state dollars and the federal dollars that have come into. Now, why would Scarsdale, New York, one of the richest counties or one of the richer counties in the country, why, with high property taxes and everything else like that, so it pays for your schools, why are they getting federal dollars for their high schools? To build up tracks and to build up tech centers inside of the school. They've got a knock in there that looks like something out of NASA. And I'm sitting saying, why is that? Why is that? Mostly white. And I mean mostly white. What's up with that? Why are
Yeah,
they
because that's
getting more federal for their schools?
just,
You see anything going into the black community? Why is this one of the richest counties in the country?
no.
Not counties. Westchester County, counties in the country. But as far as one of the richest townships.
So on that,
Why is that?
what, yeah, because it's
That's
lack
just a
of
question.
support.
I know what the answer is. I'm gonna leave that out there for you guys to think. But you guys who were talking about the government power, and all this, answer that question. Answer that question. No, you answer it for me. See that's what it is.
Yeah,
Go ahead, man. Go
It's
ahead.
those liberals. It's those darn liberals.
because the culture warriors are all in the chat. The culture warriors are all in the chat. Look at this comment from this person here, Trailer Hood, right? Where are we getting all this money though? At some point, we have to stop spending and making the debt bigger. At this point, it will take 1,000,000 years to pay off what we owe now. Why do you care? You're not an economist. You don't. Why do you care so much about it if you're not an economist? What you so worried about it for? Trump gave $13 trillion in 2020 in 6 months to these private corporations. You didn't say anything about the debt getting bigger. It's only when black people start receiving stimulus. See what I'm saying, X? When black people start receiving the black farmers start receiving the aid that they were denied all these years by their white Republican buddies. See, they don't talk about that. They only talk about when black people start receiving on their end that we have to worry about the debt. That's the same talking points that we used in the 1870s to overthrow black men who were in office in the South. Then how can a black man who doesn't own property tell us as property owners, as white property owners, how to manage, taxation? That's why they killed all those black men in the first place.
So,
Yep.
Does it seem like, I guess it's probably a 3-part question, but it's like, okay, the fact that you have a group of black men that are opposing to black men, damn near whatever they want. It's like, okay, since it has a black face, I'm against it. Since it has a black face, they're guilty, they're not innocent. There's a lot of that. For that kind of mindset, is that something that would hold us back, or would they be insignificant, or is it a situation to where it's iron sharpened steel?
Anybody who's not for progress is not going to be able to move forward. And so when you ask them what's the alternative, if you don't think that we should depend on the government, you get goose eggs. Those are what we call obstructionists. We don't want you voting. We don't want you begging for the government, even though they themselves will gladly use the government. Most of these, government public-private partnerships are white businesses. They're not mostly black. They're the ones who's getting all the bailout. Lockheed Martin, billions of dollars during COVID. Boeing, billions of dollars during COVID to keep their companies afloat. Delta Airlines, billions of dollars during COVID. Trump gave them a lot of money. All those pharmaceutical companies creating these vaccines, Trump gave those pharmaceutical companies trillions of dollars to do it. They don't have any problem with that though.
Hold,
It's only when
hold on a
black
second.
people.
Trump also gave. I'm sorry, Mike. I'm sorry, Mike. Go ahead. Finish, because I got a point here that these guys
No,
want to hear.
I'm done. I'm done.
Go ahead. Oh, okay. $2 trillion Trump gave to wealthy corporations, super rich. You paid for it, hood conservatives and you guys. Y'all paid for that. Y'all paid to subsidize these guys. Y'all paid to pay for their underwritten tax subsidies that they
Don't
put
forget,
in their
Nagone.
pocket, and you
Don't
paid for
forget,
it.
Nagone. They did that to protect us from the liberals.
Yep. Yep.
They protect us from the liberals. That's what they did, and that's that was one of his crowning. It's pretty funny, but that's one of their crowning achievements that the orange one did in his 4 years. Put a few judges on and gave the super wealthy a tax subsidy, subsidized by you. You did that for them, and you applauded it. And now you're sitting right here
Yeah.
talking $2 trillion to a certain crew.
Yeah.
How do you
While
explain that?
black,
But y'all talking
while
about handouts?
while black men who had a 750 credit score during COVID went to Wells Fargo to get a loan for a PPP loan for his business and was turned away. And these guys
Get out
in
of
the
here.
chat are having a conniption fit because we're giving them facts. They don't have anything else other than culture warrior talking points, like David Monroe just said just now. They use Barack Obama's blackface to sneak in rainbow policy. What does that have to do with balancing the budget, like they were just talking about 5 minutes ago? That's the culture warrior stuff that I'm talking about. That they don't have a legitimate talking point to bring up because they don't know history, they don't care about facts, they don't care about the process, and they don't like policy. They fight the culture war because that's the easiest place that they can fight.
I'm not that much of an alphabet committee supporter, or just not at all, period. But what kind of benefits have they received?
Who receive what?
Um, the alphabet people. The only thing I see is symbolic stuff, like a position or something. But all
But
these
that's
benefits that the right is talking about they're getting,
Mhm.
what they get? What are they getting?
That's the white male grievance, though, right? A symbolic victory for anyone else that doesn't include him is what creates the grievance, right? And so their anger is directed towards the symbols of victory, right? The sort of icons and avatars and stuff like that. Obama's just an avatar of the liberals, but they don't understand that. So what they do is they fight against that because they can't talk about policy on the right because the right has no platform to work from. Their platform is that of an obstructionist. Whatever Democrats try to do to get progress, they're there to block it by using the filibuster in the House. You had Rand Paul last summer, July 2020, filibuster the anti-lynching bill, the very bill that would have protected George Floyd. But see, this is the sort of stuff that I'm talking about. They don't care about all the intricate details that are necessary to have this conversation. That's why I can't debate somebody from that perspective. I can't debate somebody who's ignorant about the subject at hand and then try to say, well, I have to, educate you. No, that's not a debate, man.
Well, we're gonna leave it there because we done crept up on the 4 hour mark. I'm gonna let everybody get their parting shots before we peel up out of here. Whoever want to go first can go.
Hey, thanks for having me on, bro.
Oh, absolutely. Anytime, brother Mike B. You already know what it is. Any parting shots, brother Art?
Yeah, I always just say, come home, black man. Put all these differences aside and start building. Because all the foolishness, as you can see, what we're up against, we ain't got much time left. We got 4 years and 2 year increments. So until you roll up your sleeves and go and start planning, you're gonna be saying the same stuff 10 years later. And thank you for having me on. It's good to be on the panel with the brothers, Renaissance Man, Mike V, and my good brother Nagone Ermao. Appreciate you guys.
One noise.
Boa noite,
Absolutely.
fam.
You already know what it is, brother Art.
Yes,
Royalty
sir.
up here, brother.
Thank you,
Royalty up
fam.
here.
Thank you,
Peace.
fam. Peace.
Brother Nagone, my guest of honor. Any parting shots before we peel up out of here?
No, I'm just saying people just need to let's stay informed. You know, stay on top of what's going on. Don't ignore any of this stuff because this is going to ultimately have a great degree of 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 of, of significance to us as time goes on. But that's it for tonight. I know it's been kind of late, so I really appreciate you having me on here, brother Xavier. You know, and
Absolutely, man.
we're gonna keep our minds open. We're gonna keep our minds open, man. So that's what we're gonna do. That's what we're gonna do out here. We're gonna keep our minds open. That's it. That's it. Go ahead, man.
We
Go ahead.
better.
Close it out.
God damn it. Peace, brother Nagone.
Yeah,
Yeah, I hit you up. I hit you up on the phone.
there you go, fam. There we go. There we go. All right.
Peace, my brother.
Peace.
Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and wrap it up, folks. Good talk tonight. Few brothers came up. It started out, it was just brother Nagone, but a few other brothers wanted to come up and shoot the shit. So, I'm appreciative of that, you know. But y'all know, as always, before we get out of here, X has to hit you in the head with the TPOT programming notes. Yeah. Hold up, let me turn my camera on. Kind of smoky in here, y'all, because I was, burning some incense. So it's like if it looks smoky. Don't get mad. I'm not in here blazing the spliff. I got these incense burning in here, man. Let me see. A little too smoky in this motherfucker. I'm about to crack a window in here or something. But tomorrow, Friday, 9 p.m. Eastern Time, the one and only DC Glenn will be in the house. He was supposed to come last week, y'all, but we had a scheduling conflict. So we were able to reschedule, and brother DC Glenn of Tag Team will be in the house tomorrow night. Yes, 9 p.m. Eastern Time. Make sure you are here. I might even get him to give y'all one. Whoop, there it is. I might be able to get him to do one for you good folks. All right. Because y'all know he was formerly known as DC the Brain Supreme. He is half of the tag team duo from back in the 90s with the platinum 90s hit Whoop, there it is, amongst others. He'll be here tomorrow, and he'll be on the TPOT YouTube page chopping it up, man. Talking about his hit record, of course, what he's up to now. I know y'all seen him on that Geico commercial with both of them there. There's brother DC Glenn, right there in the commercial. So yeah, he'll be here tomorrow. Chopping it up 9 p.m. Eastern Time right here on the TPOT YouTube page. You Negroes know. Then Saturday, we got a throwdown because y'all know that's what we do here. Brother Sir Anthony will be in the house, and he will be squaring off with J.I. So you already know what the debate is about. Financially aborting. That's right. So make sure you hear Saturday, 8 p.m. Eastern Time, right here on the TPOT YouTube page. But it doesn't stop there, because Wednesday, Wednesday night, I will be having a few ex-military brothers will be in the house. All the brothers I have on the panel Wednesday night will be ex-military. And we will be talking about the good, the bad, and the long term for brothers who serve. So all the brothers that you see on the panel Wednesday night will be ex-military. Every single one of them. So make sure you hear Wednesday night, 9:30 p.m. Eastern Time, right here on the TPOT YouTube page. You Negroes know. Then Thursday, Lady Nicole. Damn, y'all can't even see her. There she is. Lady Nicole returns. The Ask the Doc series is back on, y'all. And Lady Nicole will be here. And she'll be taking questions. We're going to be talking about the COVID vaccine, whether or not we should take it or not. Is it safe? We're going to be talking about the different vaccines that are out, because you know there's a single shot vaccine, then there's some dual shot vaccines. So Ask the Doc will be wide open, man. Thursday night, 9:30 p.m. Eastern Time. And Lady Nicole will be taking your questions, Negroes. Your questions. And I won't even be charging you for them. You can ask them for free. So make sure you hear Thursday night, 9:30 p.m. Eastern Time, right here on the TPOT YouTube page. You Negroes know. All right? So I'm steady pumping them out for y'all, man. I'm pumping them out the best way I can. I am pumping them out. So a lot of shows ahead, man. A lot of things to do ahead, man. So make sure you keep it right here, man, on the TPOT YouTube page. You Negroes know. All right. Good show tonight, man. Good talk tonight, man. I appreciate everybody for coming out. I appreciate Brother Renaissance, man. Brother Mike V. Who else was up here? Trying to think, can't even remember now. Who else was up here? Mike V, Brother Renaissance, man. I think that was it. Oh, and my brother Art and Style. God damn it, forgot about my brother. Shout out to all the brothers for coming through, man, contributing to the conversation. And a special shout out, man, to my guest of honor tonight, man, the one and only Brother Nagone. Hopefully it won't take as long as it took to get him back up on here, because, you know, I always like Brother Nagone's perspective. I appreciate, man, all the super chats that came through tonight. I don't want y'all to think that I take y'all lightly, because I don't. I never have. I never will. And I appreciate all you good folks, not just you folks who hang out there, but also the good folks who hang out in here as well. All right. All right. So with that, I will leave you good folks with 3 words. You know. Like I always do. Open your mind.
Hours of power. Hours of power. Hours of power. Hours of power.
And so a community is where you control your police, you control your commerce, you control your education, you control your house. We don't control none of that. We live in a hood. Huh? Well, what about the Negroes that get out? Oh, well, see, my cousin, they say he's a multi-millionaire, almost at $1 billion.
The Prophet of Thought
3
series.
PhDs, working on 2 more. Driving down the street in Chicago in his Rolls Royce, enjoying himself, and he hears these sirens and looks through the mirror and sees this cop car flashing lights. He squeezed the steering wheel, man. Heart beats fast. Because he knows the price of a Negro, what it could be. And then when that cop car passing by, He said, thank God he wasn't after you in the first place. That Negro thing you can't get away from. It's universal. They wasn't coming after you with all your millions, with your Rolls Royce, with your PhD. Didn't help. That's the hood. Huh? Why do you think you never pick up a paper till you read over and over and see white families? You think it's thousands of black cops in America. Why don't you see white families crying as black cops? My loved one 40 times in the back of the head. Why do you think black cops are better? Think they're more spiritual? Think they're better? No! They got enough sense to know that white folks ain't gonna tolerate it. And I will stop in our neighborhood when we decide we will not tolerate it. Now, if we was organized, which is hard to organize people who are just gonna run crazy and you don't know you're crazy. But if we were, with the money we have, and the many people who would come to our aid that don't know what it's like to be a Negro, and we said, look, we saying, if we don't get a federal law to deal with police brutality, that anytime a cop or anybody carry a gun, have to have a license just like you used to drive a car. And if you use it wrong, then you'll lose your license. And if it's upheld, you can never work again as a cop or a store guard or a private detective. How do you get Congress to protect you? Well, you take your economic power and you call on your friends, black, white, young and old, and say, this coming Christmas, if we don't have a federal law to outlaw police brutality by law, if we call them for a nationwide boycott of Christmas and it start on Thanksgiving. Well, let me tell you what that means. 79% of all retail in America happens between Thanksgiving and Christmas. People stay in business all year, lose money just for Christmas, huh? Well, what happens now? Factory Avenue, Toys R Us, Sears and Roebuck, Weston House. They will get the bill, and all they got to do is make one phone call and say, Harry, that's the senator, I want that bill pushed through in 3 days. Okay, it's an economic thing. It's that simple. But we have the power, but the system has wiped us out so bad.
Hours of power. Hours of power. Hours of power.
Copy. San Antonio, Lincoln 6. Go ahead. Clear suspect down, 10-4. 10-4. The officer's code 4. We have one suspect that's been shot.
Open your minds.
Only from TPOT Media. Open your mind.